Hi, welcome to Forgotten Legends of Sound. This is our second annual special for the year. We wanted to do something that was epic, so we chose Kamelot's Epica and Black Halo, kind of double album. And this is kind of the complete Faust epic, all tied together, the Faust story. So we're really excited to do this. Kamelot is a band that both me and Kevin have loved for a really long time. One of our favorite bands, albums, as far as like concept albums go, this is like if not the best, then it's close to the top. Like I might say it's the best because it's just so freaking good, like music and everything. But I mean, I don't know, that's up for debate. Like it's still freaking amazing. And these two albums still blow my mind today, like with the lyrics and like the different concepts that they talk about, you know, the music and stuff. It's like, yeah, I'm excited to do it because we're gonna do a bunch of cool music, listen to a bunch of cool music for the next few hours, and it'll be cool to do that. We got into Kamelot pretty much around 2003, 2004 area. Mm-hmm. And Epica was the first album that we got into, and at the time I remember just being blown away, being like, oh man, this sound is so melodic. And mm-hmm. Immediately I loved Khan's voice, and it just, they were very together, very like theatrical. I wouldn't say they're like a neoclassical symphonic band at all, but they were epic. They had some of those elements.
Yeah, some of those elements without being full blown. And it's just kind of like, man, whenever the Black Halo came out and they were touring, like you and I, we were like, we lived in Florida at this time, and this band is from Florida, except for Roy Khan, and at the time, like, they didn't have the keyboard, Oliver Palatai, they didn't have him on keyboards,
Yeah.
And so we were like, dude, we have to go onto this tour,
Gotta see them. So we called up Jake.
We called up Jake,
like, dude, man, I gotta see Black Halo.
Shout out to Jake, the same Jake from our Third Eye Blind review and analysis. Like, Jake was our friend in high school, and we were like, dude, yeah, let's go on to this Black Halo tour. And I remember going there and just really having a blast, and we'll talk a little bit more about that whenever we go into the Black Halo and bring up some of those memories. But dude, like, we have such a history with this band, you know. I remember also, like, there was a time that Casey Gorilla was signed under D Drum, and I knew the guy who worked for, he was like
one of the
marketing manager type guys, named Kevin Packard. Shout out to him. And so, like, Packard helped us get like free tickets to the Ghost Opera tour, and also like check out the One Cold Winter's Night DVD. Check out the bonus materials. And
he's in that
because Kevin Packard is in that bonus materials where Casey Grillo is practicing on a kit. And I worked there at D Drum for a little bit, like not on an official status, but I was like doing like this senior project for high school, and then they let me work there for a few hours a day, and I was just like assembling drum kits and everything. And so it was really cool to be like Kevin Packard's such a great guy, wonderful person, and it was cool that he let me do some of that drum stuff, but then there was also that sort of to Casey Grillo and the Kamelot, you know. And I know it's like a lot of story, but like when we saw Casey Grillo playing a drum clinic, like, we talked to Casey Grillo, and he was like looking through our CDs and stuff, and he's like, wow, you guys are fans. I mean, Kevin Packard said you guys were fans, but I didn't know you were gonna be this much fans.
He saw like the early albums and stuff, and like all the, because at that time that we met him, I think only Ghost Opera was the newest one.
Right, Ghost Opera was the newest.
But we had like all of these copies of all the old school stuff.
We had like Eternity, we had Dominion, Siege Perilous. We had all their discography.
He was just like, whoa, this is cool seeing this.
And so he signed all of our copies. I mean, dude, we've bought Epica probably a good
four or five times,
And
one reason why we kept buying it over, like, so I think we bought like a copy for a friend.
Mm-hmm.
You got one for your wife.
Yep. Yeah, I was like, you gotta get into this.
We split up, so I bought the Japanese one because I wanted the bonus one, and then I also wanted the bonus track Snow for the European one, so then I bought that one. And so it's like you and me, we kept buying this over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So it's like we've got like like now we only have 3 copies, but like it's just kind of funny how much we keep on buying this album. And same thing with like Black Halo, like we had the regular American copy, but then like we wanted the bonus track for Epilogue, so we got the Japanese one too. So it's just kind of, and it's fun to get like I think there's some people that are like all into, you know, buying and collecting CDs and stuff, and that's something that I really, like, both of us really enjoy doing that. But for the lay casual person, you know, it may not be as fun, but for us, it is cool, like just having these different editions and stuff. Like it is pretty fun.
Plus, like, things weren't fully digital back then in the early 2000s or whatever. I mean, there was streaming and whatever. Like it was starting,
but you couldn't just buy those bonus tracks on like iTunes or anything.
So
that was pretty dope.
I'm glad we're doing this as our special because, like I said, like this band means a lot to us. But what were you gonna say?
Like I remember, so Kamelot, Epica, I really liked it at first, but it didn't like fully click. And then when Black Halo came out, like it was kind of like it was a great album, but we didn't like. Well, for me, I didn't realize how amazing these two albums really were until Black Halo was out. Right. It was almost like I loved Epica, but I still was kind of like, you know, maybe more into Sonata Arctica or you know, like it was kind of like and I don't even remember if we got Karma yet. I think Karma came a little bit later. So it was kind of like at that time around, you know, 2003, 2004, 2005. We had some of their stuff, but we didn't have a ton. Right. I think I was still new to Kamelot. But then when Black Halo came out, I remember we visited California, visited our two friends, Brandon, and I remember listening to Black Halo, and then that was the moment that it really struck me like, man, this album is a freaking masterpiece. Like, it's because, you know, when you're listening to the album, the first few times you're still kind of getting the hang of it or whatever. Right. And by that point, I was like, dude, this is amazing. And then also kind of maybe a little bit after is I think when Epica clicked too, where I'm like, dude, this is a masterpiece too. And then I was like, Karma's a freaking masterpiece. And then Fourth Legacy is a masterpiece. And you know, like it was just kind of like the dominoes started falling in those mid 2000s, where I was kind of like, okay, Kamelot was like here for compared to other bands. Now they're up here with all of my Anathema, Dark Tranquility, Sonata Arctica. Like they're up there with all of my favorite kind of bands, and they, I don't know, they're pretty awesome.
And at the time, I didn't even realize that Epica was really a concept album. Until after Black Halo came out. And then I started revisiting Epica with new eyes. Because I was like, oh, snap, these are connected. Oh, in what ways? You know, I didn't fully grasp everything that was conceptually happening until after Black Halo came out, you know? And so we're grateful to go through this special with you guys. We're going to jump into, of course, listening to the songs and also rating them between 1 to 10. And then just talking about the album in general.
Sorry. Go ahead, we were big fans. So like in our high school, we played the song Center of the Universe with our two friends, Jake, the one you've already met, and then Spencer was also, he played bass and did vocals, like lead vocals on that. And that's on the internet somewhere, like you could find it or whatever. But like that was really fun to be able to just like play that live and whatnot. Even though we did make some mistakes during the song, but like during the song we had like a little intro where we took Episode from Stradivarius, and then we did like the
Beyond the 12th Gate.
Michael
Pinella.
We did the Michael Pinella. It was like Episode, then the Beyond the 12th Gate, whatever song,
and then the Silence,
and then we did the Of Silence intro, the Sonata Arctica intro part, and then we just covered the Center of the Universe, which, you know, at the time that was 2007. And power metal was not something that anybody listened to in high school, except for us. Like we were like the only ones, you know. So that was a lot of fun.
And I was sitting
maybe I'll like attach like a link to that video
if they want
in this, so that they could go and check it out and whatnot. But
I was doing the double bass stuff, but it was hard because like my kit was like moving on me.
It was like the setup was not the greatest.
But I do remember doing some flip tricks, but I didn't do the whole, you know,
Dude,
I didn't do any of that
seeing like Casey Grillo do all that crap, spinning it and whatnot, we were just like, dude, that is freaking showmanship. Like that's like, you don't just sit there and play a kit. Like you freaking throw in all this, and then it's like, that was really awesome.
Because we were 17 when we played that song, you know? So
true. And I remember just like the Black Halo tour, like going to that show for the first time, they started out with like When the Lights Are Down.
We'll talk about that.
You want to talk about that later?
Because when we do When the Lights Go Down, like we'll talk about that, go more into it, like,
instead of just sharing everything
now.
But then this album is pretty cool. Restart the video.
I hope you understand how excited we are to do this, because we've been planning on doing these two albums
for a while,
since the beginning of the channel. You know, beginning of the channel, we're like, we have to do these two albums together. We don't want to do one and do the other. We have to do them together. I think you guys would understand, and definitely guys, buy the albums, support the artists, go see the shows. I mean, these musicians, they've brought something that is just wonderful
Dope,
to this world. Yeah, awesome. And it's like, definitely support them for what they've given to the world musically.
So if you like this music,
right. But before we jump into it, I did want to go over some of the characters and the plot. We'll talk mostly about Epica, and we'll go into Black Halo
when we do that album
a little bit later once we start that. So I do want to explain to you the characters and the plot. Now, to do so, all of this information is on Wikipedia, so take it with a grain of salt. There might be some things that aren't completely,
whatever, but, this is just someone's interpretation,
right? But still, like, this will kind of help you, get more immersed into these two
conceptualize
offerings.
It all.
Yeah. Before I do that, anything else you want to add? All right.
Well, I'm too afraid to talk about it. I'm messing. No.
All right.
No, like I'm cool. Let's just get going.
Yeah. All right. So here are the characters. There's only 3 characters for Epica. We have Ariel, and Ariel is a curious, determined, and arrogant man, an unparalleled genius and an accomplished scientist and philosopher. He has become disappointed with the inability of these disciplines to answer his deepest questions and seeks to uncover the universal truth that they have failed to provide. He strongly believes that discovering such transcendent knowledge is the only thing that can make his life worthwhile. He is based on the character Heinrich Faust from Ghost. Faust. Helena grew up with Ariel and loves him deeply. She is the only person that Ariel has ever truly loved. She represents innocence and all that is pure and good. She is based on Gretchen. Mephisto is a rebellious angel who was cast out of heaven. He desperately yearns to re-enter heaven and be reunited with God. He deeply disdains humans, whom he considers inferior beings unworthy of God's love. Mephisto is one of the only characters to rename his name from the original Faust story. All right, so now let's go ahead and jump into the plot. The story takes place at an unknown time and place on Earth. God has commanded all angels to serve alongside humans on the Earth, but one angel named Mephisto has refused to obey this order, claiming that he takes orders from God alone. For this, Mephisto is expelled from heaven. God eventually decides to give Mephisto one chance. If Mephisto can claim the soul of God's favorite man, an alchemist and scholar named Ariel, then can he return to heaven. If not, then Mephisto will be condemned to hell forever. Mephisto agrees and searches for Ariel. Meanwhile, Ariel is introduced and he begins to ponder his research on the true meaning of life and why God created humans. He concludes that neither science nor religion can truly answer these questions. Feeling restless, he decides to leave his home country to search for answers. He bids his farewell to everyone, including his lover Helena, as he departs on a quest for answers, vowing never to return. Years pass as Ariel searches. He becomes addicted to drugs and eventually turns to the occult, during which he sees a brief vision of Mephisto. He begins to think of Helena, whom he misses greatly, while aimlessly walking through the wilderness, regretting his decision to leave. He gives up his search and decides to commit suicide, believing that he will never find the answers he is looking for. But before Ariel has the chance, Mephisto arrives and proposes a deal. Mephisto will help Ariel in his search for the questions and fulfill all his worldly desires. In return, Mephisto will claim Ariel's soul when he dies. Ariel is then mysteriously transported to Mephisto's castle, where the fallen angel throws a feast in his honor. At the feast, Ariel agrees to Mephisto's contract, but with one modification. Mephisto can only claim Ariel's soul if Ariel experiences joy so sublime that he wishes to live forever in that moment. Mephisto begrudgingly accepts this deal. After leaving Mephisto's castle, Ariel is found by Helena, who has been searching for him over the years since he left. Ariel is shocked and overjoyed. Ariel and Helena sleep together and a child is conceived, unbeknownst to both of them. After spending some time with Helena, Ariel decides to leave and continue his search for the truth. With the newfound power that Mephisto has provided him, he feels that the answers are within his grasp. Ariel tells Helena of his intent to go, saying that while he loves her, love means nothing to me if there is a higher place to be. After Ariel leaves, Helena is heartbroken and vowing that she will continue to love Ariel even in death, drowns herself in a river, also unknowingly killing her unborn child. Both are brought to heaven at the plea of the river spirit. Helena's body is then discovered and a town crier announces her suicide. After learning of Helena's suicide and pregnancy, Ariel becomes increasingly upset and weeps at the river where Helena died. Consumed with grief, Ariel questions whether he should continue his quest. He blames both God and himself for Helena's death, but Mephisto encourages Ariel to continue his journey, claiming that human emotion will ultimately be their demise, calling it a curse. In Ariel's weakened state, Mephisto's influence over him grows, and he agrees to continue his quest. Helena watches him from heaven, and his story continues into the Black Halo. So let's jump into Epica.
Epica. Yeah, pretty dope. So here's we're gonna do just like the interludes and stuff together with the song. So this is a prologue into Center of the Universe. Yeah, there's a little caption for the intro part for the prologue. It says, "All that you see or seem is but a dream within a dream." So kind of some Edgar Allan Poe. So here is Epica, and the first song is Center of the Universe after the little prologue.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
Let's do it, man.
Let's do it. Center of the Universe. Center of the Universe.
Yeah, dude. Freaking dope.
Yeah, go Ariel. Oh yeah, I guess we should make sure those are lined up pretty good. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah. It's about to get good. to share my thoughts first. Fudging 10, man. It's a freaking 10. Like, how can you not give that anything less?
Yeah.
It's freaking awesome. Let me line this up. I love like I know you're gonna give it 10 too. So
Yeah, it's a 10. It's a 10.
I love the sort of like orchestral sound. Like it almost sounds like violin-ishy or whatever.
Plucking, like a plucking,
like a little plucking sound or something. Like I'm pretty sure the keyboard is doing that. But either way, like I like that sound. It just gives this really cool like kind of refrain thing that they always go back to or whatever.
It feels like an orchestra playing too and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it.
Yeah, and just like the guitars, the lead stuff is really cool throughout. Khan's vocals are really cool. Like that whole part was like, and I wonder why. And then, and then everybody's like freaking rocking out.
Yeah.
Like it's just so freaking good. Everything is good. The lyrics are dope. You know, this song is kind of him just being like, I want to go on this quest. I want to know if there's more. Yo, I got some questions here. You know, he's like, and it just kind of. It introduces the album so well with this epic song that is really catchy. Just, everything about the song is dope. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to give it a 10, man. I feel like everybody's on their A game. I like that, it starts off in a 3/4 time thing,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then when we go into 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, true.
It's a 3, 4, 4, 4. But during that solo section, it's all 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and so it just. But they're so together. All of the transitions are wonderful,
seamless.
Everyone's playing just superb. The bass during the quiet part was what stood out to me in this particular listen. Dun, 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 love me. It's just phenomenal song. This is like in my top 3 or top 5 Kamelot songs of all time. This is one of those that's up there. So yeah, really man. Dope. Let's move on, dude. Like it just. There's a reason why we feel like these are probably the best concept albums for the power metal genre. I love Temple of Shadows. I love, but dude, these, I mean, yeah, it's just
it's just freaking amazing.
Yeah.
You guys ready for some farewell?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
Here we go. Yeah, this song's dope too. 10.
Oh, dude, what can I say, man? That's a freaking 10, dude. That's a 10
amazing.
because, like, dude, this is such a good, like, follow-up 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
You come out swinging with Center of the Universe and then follow up with another fast-paced, knockout. And, like, we were talking in the video, like, the seamless transitions between the 5-4, the 3-4, and then the 4-4, and then into the 3-4 solo and everything, just perfect. And something I want to say, I've always loved this song, but if you can go back to the lyrics, go ahead and scroll up. This song has probably one of my favorite moments of text painting of all time. It's much more like intricate than others, and I'll give you an example. Like in that song, so Jim Steinman did a lot of text painting with a lot of his music and everything. There's that Air Supply song where it's like making love out of nothing at all, and there's a part in the lyrics. Text painting is when you like musically combine the lyrics and everything to describe kind of the words and the music together. And in making love out of nothing at all, there's this part when he's like, something can never be made. I can make all the stadiums rock. And when he says, when I can make all the stadiums rock, there's a guitar that goes, Durr, that's text painting right there. This song has a moment of text painting that is so like almost subliminal. It's great. In the lyrics, he says, like, why did God make me feel there is no more to be answered? Maybe God cannot remedy our souls if he tried. And he's like, why did God make me feel there's more to be answered? And the music is solemn but a bit optimistic. And then and then Ariel almost says like, maybe God couldn't save us even if he tried. And then the music takes a downer note. And I'm like, perfect, because you're describing his almost like his soul and how he's feeling his connection with God. It's already waning. It's already like, dude,
he's got doubts and stuff, and he's just kind of
but that's a bold statement that he makes of like, maybe God cannot remedy our souls even if he tried. And there's a connection there into 3 Ways to Epica also, where we'll get to it, but there's a connection there to 3 Ways to Epica. But we'll get there.
One thing I do like is like in this story, like I like that whether you're religious or not, you still could draw things out of this album. And in this, he's kind of just saying like, I'm going to rely on myself for knowledge. Right. I'm going to rely on like my quest and whatever, you know what I mean? And it's kind of he goes into this in a religious perspective. He goes into this with like all the confidence in himself and whatnot, And it's kind of like, it's interesting because this album, it could show all these follies of man, thinking that we have all the answers, and then whenever, obviously things get screwed up along the way,
Mephisto doesn't help all that much.
Mephisto doesn't help, but Mephisto's kind of just like, oh yeah, humans see their emotions, all fudge them up, they all suck and whatnot. And then Ariel's kind of like, later on, he's much more like penitent, much more humbled and whatnot, you know? And I like how in the first half of this, he's just like, he doesn't have that humility yet, you know what I mean? And it's almost like with more knowledge comes more like humility, or even knowing that things are like hard to grasp or whatever makes you just more humble or whatever. And I don't know, I really like that whole and whether you're religious or not, that still is a really cool thing to take from this album or whatever, that sort of hero's journey kind of aspect.
The pride and the ego, and then where it leads him and everything, and then trying to build up his life again with a new perspective.
And that's just a thing that all human people go through. This idea that and then all of a sudden you're just like, I don't know anymore, and anyways, it's phenomenal stuff, really.
It's
phenomenal stuff.
Like power metal gets a bad rap for being all about dragons and we're warriors of light and battling and whatever. But this to me, like Kamelot did a very good job of taking it to a more philosophical part. And I wish more power metal would be more thoughtful, more provoking, more
instead of like the dwarves of the mountains sing along. I mean, it's like that's cool and all too, but like.
We have so much of it too.
You don't get much emotion out of that, or you don't think too much about that, or whatever.
Right. It just So, anyways, I've said my piece. Like, great stuff. 10 so far.
That's amazing. Yeah.
And you gave it a 10 also, right?
I gave it a 10 too. Okay. I don't think I said my piece.
Oh yeah. Did you want to add more?
But I don't think I have anything to add. So it's just a fudging awesome song, and like you said, all the way they change from different time signatures, it's so seamless that like even back when I first heard this song, I didn't catch all of those things, like back 20 years ago. Yeah. But now it's kind of just like, I see how that works, and you know what I mean. It's Riverside does that a lot, where they'll use different time signatures, but it fits with the music. It's like you're not trying to be proggy for proggy's sake. You're being proggy because that's what the music dictates, you know.
Yeah.
And this song is a perfect example of that, you know.
Yeah. The prog, the odd time signatures don't destroy the song.
Yeah.
It enforces and helps the song. So
yeah. So we're gonna do Interlude 1, Opiate Soul, and then we're gonna just lead into The Edge of Paradise because they're kind of connected. So yeah, here's Interlude 1 and The Edge of Paradise.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
I love that plucky
thing.
You know, string kind of sound.
I think it sounds cool.
Yeah.
I wonder what this means. Wonder if we might be able to find
Do
it.
a quick little Latin translation.
Just as I suspected. Let's see. Let's just try translate. They're just like, yo, this is a whole language. What the heck you want me to do? Let's try. They probably don't even have Latin down here, but what else? Something about fortune.
Yeah, something about fortune, probably to probably the celestial realm or something. You know, something like that. Scroll down a little bit. I'm curious if they have they translated there. Okay, they don't translate it there either. Yeah. This feels like Egypt. I like that. Glenberry, man.
Glenberry
Boom.
action. Thomas Youngblood does some good guitar stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's never like boring. It's never just doing like normal riffs and stuff. You know, like he's always kind of doing something that's like pretty cool.
This is the golden age, man, for Kamelot, dude. It's the golden age. Everyone's on their A game, dude.
Yeah.
What do you give that one?
I'm giving that one a 10, and I like how they go back into that interlude part in the middle of it. Like that's pretty cool, and then just start soloing out and stuff. The chorus is great. Roy Khan does a good job with his vocals, like being very expressive during like the talking part and whatnot. Like, you know, it's like, you know, and he's kind of, you know. Yeah, I think it's pretty dope. What do you think?
I give it a 10 also. I love it when bands will be soloing, you know, because it'll be like, you know, and then they do this little interlude, intermission, little section, and then go back into soloing again. It reminds me of like same thing with Karma, you know, soloing, and then then we start soloing some more. I like that. You know, that's freaking dope, man. Fantastic song. You know, great mid-tempo song, but it keeps you immersed. You know,
good old like Middle Eastern sounding vibes and stuff.
Yeah, awesome.
Almost in a way, it's like, oh, you're in another place now.
Yeah,
you're traveling the world. You know, ocean away, and you know,
we wandering where we wander to next.
I wonder. Yeah, I don't know why. I guess Fish Call Wanda has
got it on the brain.
Got it on the brain since we just keep
bringing it up.
Keep bringing it up in our videos. Yeah, check out Fish Call Wanda. Funny freaking movie.
Yeah.
You ready for Wander?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
I recall one summer's night within that month of June. Flowers
and it's been a while since I've read some of these lyrics, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah, reading it again, you know.
only such a melody comes without a sound, more than faintly heard by those who know what they have found. Now it's just a memory. Silently we wander into this void of consequence, where she will always haunt her, and she will be my guiding light. Silently we wander in search of truth and confidence. So many hope for lost feet
Vocals, man.
wanting to meet me by the wishing well and cover of the moon. Whisper to me tenderly that I will see you soon. Sing that song from long ago so I remember you. Flowers in my honey hair, melodies in June.
I like that line. That's kind of cool.
Only for memory. Silently we wander into this void of consequence, but she will always haunt her. She will be my guiding light. Silently we wander in search of truth and confidence.
ends it like that. So many hopes were lost here along the way.
Yeah.
It doesn't like mention morning night. Almost. Well, I guess we'll talk about it when we talk about it.
I kind of want to hear your thoughts first because I'm kind of torn. I'm not sure what to give this song, so I'll.
Yeah.
I like this song, and I do agree that the lyrics like definitely elevate it. You know.
Yeah.
But in my memory, this song is not the song that stands out to me. But mostly because in my memory, I'm thinking about just the vocal lines, and I'm not thinking of all the music composition, everything supporting him through the song, which just elevates it. You know? I like all the backing musician type stuff.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I do think this song is definitely a Roy Khan show.
Yeah.
Just because the way it's just like, no, it's just a memory. And then going into the whole silently we wander. I think that just, I don't know, it showcases a lot of his voice, you know? Like, he kind of goes up and down. There's some beautiful lyrics, flowers and mahogany hair and smell of earth in bloom. I don't know, it's just, it's kind of a somber sort of song, you know? Like, it's like, it's basically saying, like, you know, we're all like wandering in this void of consequence, you know? And then my shade will always haunt her. She'll be my guiding light, you know?
Well, it almost illustrates that, like, that connection with Helena is so important to him still, even though he's feeling lost and everything. It's like his only connection to heaven is Helena.
Yeah.
Almost. And I like that trope, especially in classic literature and everything, of like this whole, like, you know, connecting to love as a sort of like your connection to heaven.
Yeah.
You know, like it's so common, especially in music, to make that parallel. This, you know, lady, and even, you know, having sex or something is like, oh, my connection to heaven or something.
You're
and
like,
in music,
it's heavenly.
It's heavenly. It's, you know, and you know, so
I've never heard someone who's just like, oh, I love this person, it's hell, you know? Like, it's just, that doesn't work, man.
But it's just kind of like, I like how he's reminding the listener of his connection to Helena.
Yeah. And I think one sad part in the song is when he says so many hopes were lost here along the way from morning to light. Like, in some ways, he's kind of being introspective here for the first time. Like, in the earlier songs, he's just like, I gotta wander. You know, sorry, babe, I gotta go, you know? And then in this song, he's kind of just like, there's a price to be paid for wandering in this void of consequence, you know? Like, there's some, and he doesn't, you know, maybe he doesn't really realize the prices yet. And then when Mephisto comes next song, he's kind of just like living it up or whatever. But,
right, because this is before he was thinking about committing suicide, like why he left and everything. But what do you think that means when he's just kind of like, you know, my shade will always haunt her, you know? It seems
I
like
wonder,
he's
it's
the
almost
bad
like
influence, she's a good influence.
It almost seems like, because like my shade definitely means like you're not there, you're only in the shadow of someone or something. Like maybe it's kind of like my distance or whatever is still affecting her in like a bad way or something.
I
like
can see that.
My shade, you know, casting shade on someone else, I guess, you know. I don't know.
Well, because, you know, then she looks for him too. So it's obviously like a.
She's obviously haunted. She's not just chilling at home, being just like, oh, he's gone. Like, oh, what do you know? Like, didn't notice you leave there, Ariel.
You know, I'll just get with the baker man. You know, bakes bread.
He's pretty good. Yeah.
But so ultimately, what do you give this song?
I'm giving it a 10. And and I do like how in the very end of the song, because normally he says so many hopes were lost here along the way from morning till tonight, you know, and in the end he just says so many hopes were lost here along the way, and then it just kind of ends. That leaves it sort of ominous or something. That leaves it sort of like almost like prophetic in a way of what's going to happen later on in the album, and I think that's pretty dope.
I do feel like Epica's a lot lighter musically and everything than Dark Halo.
It's not as dark.
Black Halo really gets a lot more dark and everything, you know, but you know, still phenomenal. I'll give it a 10 too, because I don't see anything wrong with this song. I don't, you know, it is a good ballad. You know, so
even if it's a weaker ballad compared to the ballads, other ballads,
like I like some of the other ballads more.
Me too, but I'm still like,
but Wander's still pretty awesome.
Wander is still pretty dope. You ready for Interlude 2 Omen, leading into Descent of the Archangel?
Yeah, let's do it.
And I actually never really like made this connection, but Descent of the Archangel, I guess, goes to the whole like him getting kicked out of heaven, descent of Mephisto, right? Is that what
Descent?
the title
Yeah.
is referring to?
Descent of the Archangel is
Yeah,
Mephisto.
it's Mephisto, yeah. And then descent meaning like he's going down to, Ariel and being like, check out some gold or whatever, like,
You're welcome to hedonism,
like,
welcome to this and that.
Yeah, like,
whatever.
here, drink this goblet, pretty fine wine, But yeah, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here's Descent of the Archangel.
Well, it's like that question of like, what could you do for eternity? You
Yeah.
know, you can't be just eating good food for eternity.
Yeah.
That gets stale. You can't be,
You can't just live in like pleasure all the time.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
because then it becomes
grows stale.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Mephisto don't get it. Mephisto don't get it. I know, a little piano bit.
So freaking
It's
good.
this kind of stuff that makes you think like freaking Les Miserables or whatever.
This is I remember a song from long
Oh, yeah. This is Helena's theme.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, oh, dang.
ago. Awesome.
Dang, should we rewind that? Because I kind of want to listen to it more.
Listen to this interlude, man.
I kind of want, because I know it's like pretty and all, but I didn't make that connection
Yeah,
yet. That's
this
what it is.
This is yeah.
Yeah.
Freaking
10.
holy crap.
Dang, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Yeah, this is dope. Yeah, because it. Song like years ago, or whatever. From long ago.
That's freaking dope.
That is dope. I don't think I've ever really
I don't
noticed
know if
that,
I
to be
noticed that,
honest.
yeah.
Yeah, that is freaking dope.
When it's like, oh.
Yeah.
I love that
This
song.
song
I'm
is
proclaimed by angels cry. That's
Yeah.
such a great
Yeah.
opener. Like
That is great.
I was
Gives
like,
chills.
Epica some nines and stuff, but now I'm
Now
like
I'm
with
just
the
like,
lyrics,
yeah,
I'm like,
Epica.
watch it 10, dude.
I know. You're like both perfect albums, man. So freaking good. And this seems electronically kind of like that last track through with Epica or something. Like I love it. Yeah.
Speak, my friend, you look surprised. I thought you knew I'd come disguised on angel wings in white.
There's something so chilling too with this.
I can make your dreams come true. What a couple, me and you, underneath through the night. I will show you everything so vividly. You can't deny me. Moonlight, I proclaim my angels cry.
Like as if we like care, Like I know, it's so good, dude. Such a perfect, man. Like this is a top Continental album. Yeah, it's like so good. Yeah, real. It's like that release, man. It's so good, man. This was another one. I was like, yeah, look at that. That's exactly what I'm thinking too. I was just like, oh man. have it on background? Yeah. It just doesn't hit as hard.
Resistance gone. I'm sure we'll meet again. Time to disciple when the flesh decides. You won't deny me.
All right, this is you, man. Yeah, because I did wander.
Welcome to the feast, blah blah blah. You know? Dude, that's a fudging 10, man.
Dude.
That's a freaking 10. Holy death.
Yeah, sorry guys. We try
Holy
not to cuss because
death.
like we've got family members and kids and stuff, so we try not to cuss.
Dang, that's a 10.
That's so freaking good. Yeah,
it might slip out every.
It
now
might
and
slip
then
out,
because
but yeah.
it's just freaking awesome.
Awesome.
I love how Mephisto has the arrogance that Ariel has, maybe even more. You know,
Yeah.
for a devil to be like, you know, I'll gamble with God and like I bet I'll win because there's
pride.
that pride. There's no confidence in mankind, and then God like knows everything, so he's just kind of like, I'll take you up. Do you want to do like what 10 to 1 odds or 100 to 1 odds since you're so confident? Like what? What, you know? I just love how he's just like, you'll be mine the day you die. Like he's just so, and the way Khan like talks about it, he's just like, you look surprised. I thought you knew I'd come disguised in angel's wings and what, you know, like he's so, he has this sort of, it's kind of like Dracula where he's got this sort of royal charisma, arrogance kind of, but also evil, you know, like there's a great evil associated with that. Like, but at the same time, it's like if it's ugly and whatever, it's not attractive. It's not appealing to like humankind or whatever. Right. So he comes in all regal, all freaking noble and whatever. But all of that is just a sort of front, a sort of shade to entice Ariel into just like drinking a bunch of wine, you know?
Yeah.
Like, sorry.
Yeah, I give that song a 10, dude. I like the solo section too. Like, you know, Thomas Youngblood did a fantastic job there, and the lyrics are so freaking good, you know. And by the way, like the Faust story is important in terms of like pop culture because I don't know if you all remember like, you know, old cartoons. I remember watching old cartoons where it's like there'd be a contract and then like a character signs the contract.
It goes back to the
Hank.
Is it Hank Johnson? I think the old school guy who sold his soul to the devil.
Oh,
at the
right.
Crossroads,
That
1920s or 30s or whatever it was. Like, all that kind of stuff.
I can't remember when Faust was written. It was probably
it was like 1800s, 1700s. I don't know.
600 years ago, 400 years ago. I don't know. We'd have to check it out yourself or whatever. It is an old story. It is pretty freaking old, and like I'm pretty sure that's where the whole idea of, you know, contract with the devil came about. I'm pretty sure that was like the first iteration and
that we know of,
or something like, I think, you know.
Yeah,
don't quote me on that, but I love that, you know, here he comes, you know, on you know, freaking angel's wing, and I'm proclaimed by angels cry, and here he is, like, you know, already like take your time before you sign the contract, you know, and but you know, think about all these good things you could get.
Yeah, you know? I like how he's just like, think well, do take your time, because they're so like, he's just like, take your time, like he's so confident that he's not trying to rush, he's not trying to whatever, he's just kind of, but he's so confident in his, you know, the whole desire, like, I'm your true disciple when the flesh desires, you won't deny me. Like, that's just, that's really cool.
When he says, like, dude, this part here, I come down from heaven's light, I have all the perfect alibis, there's so much, you know, it just, dude, Khan kills it with embodying that character and really just solid
Kamelot,
stuff.
you guys did it.
This album is underrated. Like, I feel like and maybe it's just because I don't know. It's been a 20-year-old album.
Yeah,
but
and it's been a while since we've listened and read through the lyrics and whatnot. So some stuff is kind of like, you know, it's been a while since doing this, so it's hitting harder too. Because of that.
But there's a reason why we fell in love with this band and these albums back then, you know. Dope. So yeah, let's. Oh, by the way, at that drum clinic, "Descent of the Archangel" was one of the songs that Casey Grillo played, like at that drum clinic. So that was pretty cool.
That's kind of cool.
So,
anyways, you ready for the next one?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
So this is Interlude 3 at the Banquet, and then it leads into A Feast for the Vain. That's a great song too. Like,
Yeah,
dude, the whole thing is really good.
Make way.
Bring some food.
they're all like yowzers.
I know, the wild stuff. All the things that dazzle the eyes, you know. Seems like back to those little Middle Eastern vibe, like so good.
It's a miracle, life till now has been a waste. You have proved to me by your hand and truly grace. Unbelievable, golden glitter blinding me. So adorable, all this women for my fantasy. With me, my little ones, let's revel, we're free. Race of glass and race of gold, how easy life can be. In the splendor of the night, I found company. Once again I feel that life's begun. All the wrongs seem to be right, drowned in ecstasy. Every star is like a newborn sun.
Flamenco,
Yeah, it's
guitar,
flamenco.
some crap, like some kind of whatever it is.
People dancing and grabbing, you know.
Yeah, you know, the little
like,
all that crap. Yeah. It was all rebel for the free, and this almost seems bringing the cynics to violate it. It's like, oh, 5 and 6. Yep, 5 and 6. To get back to their free format. Yeah. But they love so very much. Yeah. There's a lot more weird music than just this one. More Black Sabbath. Right.
Once again I feel that life's begun. All the wrongs seem to be right, drowned in ecstasy. Every star is like a newborn sun. May the life I knew be gone, I accept the deed. But one point we have to
Glad we did the prologue story stuff too. So who's going to be the first person to give it a 9.5? You know, like I don't want to be
Which one? Which
No.
track?
No,
Oh, it's your turn, I think, on this
leaning
one,
between
right?
a 9.5 and a 10.
Yeah.
You know, man, I don't know. I kind of want to hear your thoughts again. Every time, like I'm going first, I'm like, I don't know what I want to say. Like, I do like this song. I like how it's one that grew on me later on. It's not one of the songs that stood out to me early on.
Honestly, most of the second half, like the first half stood out more than the second. And then multiple listens, then the second half started hanging more. So the first half of the song, I think, is fantastic. It gives me chills and I think it's because of the lyrics or whatever, like his whole, like, unbelievable, golden glitter blinding me, so adorable, all these women are my fantasies. Then he's also like talking about like the chandelier's so grand, the heaven can see the shine. And there's just something and my friend declares, everything I look at could be mine. So like the first bit of it, I'm just like, this is fudging 10, because it does a good job at painting this picture of all these temptations at his feet,
The song, like, because we know the end from the beginning and everything, you're thinking that it should be more dismal and stuff. But there's nothing ugly. It's all a facade. I feel like musically the song does a good job. Even the chorus is just very kind of whimsical, and I found company.
Like it sounds happy,
exactly.
But it's kind of like that ain't gonna last.
But it's exactly. But it's like, man, I don't know. Like, it's great. But I don't know. What do you think, man?
I don't know. The first half was really giving me like chills and stuff, but then the longer it went on, the more it didn't keep me as invested as maybe some of the other tracks.
Okay, I'll give it a 9.5 because I do agree too that like depending on the day too and everything.
Yeah, sometimes I'm really like.
But man, is it a masterpiece? I don't know. It's pretty freaking good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah,
but I don't know. Maybe sometimes our scores are in comparison to other scores. So
right, and I can't give everything a 10. Like, it's just
your fault. Camelot won't hate us. They won't hate us for putting 9.5 for this.
But generally speaking, this song isn't the best song on the album.
Yeah,
generally speaking.
Yeah,
but it's still
I think I'd probably maybe give it a 9.5 too. Same thing with like The Morning After. I know that one's a little lower for me too.
And some other albums like I'll Know More or You'll Know More, and our scores can be like vastly different. This album we've discussed, we've talked about everything. Our scores are pretty similar
because we've heard both of them so much. Instead of like Anacrusis, where it was like I haven't heard this much and I've heard this a lot.
Right.
Like there's not, or Thought Chamber is the opposite.
Right.
Like
check out the new year. Check out we're doing Anacrusis.
Spoiler. Spoiler alert. We're doing Anacrusis in a video.
But so I don't think it's absurd that like we're gonna have close ratings.
Yeah. So. No, I think I agree.
Yeah,
Mephisto, you won cocky SOB.
Yeah.
You ready for On the Coldest Winter Night?
Yeah.
I like this ballad a lot. This one was a sleeper hit for me too. When I first heard this album and stuff, like it didn't stand out, but then over time I was like, this song's freaking amazing. Little like pinch harmonics on like an acoustic or something. Yeah. Again, this is pretty haunting in a way. It's like romantic, haunting, like.
And this is you, right?
Yeah, so I like how he's just like at the end of Morning After and
Yeah, dude. Oh, dude.
so freaking good. So good,
Man, I forgot about that until you mentioned it. I was like, yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Oh, holy
there it is.
crap, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's okay, guys. We'll freak out over it a little bit
when we
later
get
too.
there.
When we get to there, we'll freak out again,
Oh,
so you
man.
guys have the proper context.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
I give that one a 10. I love how like haunting, beautiful, kind of somber it is. It's such a different kind of ballad, you know, because I don't know, there's something mysterious. There's just something about the sound of that one that is really cool, and Khan's vocals are freaking amazing, you know. And I like that lyric kind of stood out to me. The whole "Now Helena, tell me all the years we've spent apart. Did you hear the mountain fall, my broken heart?" You know, like man,
Yeah.
there's something affecting about
Such a
that.
great lyric.
And this is another song kind of similar to Wander, where they're like, okay, let's use the ballads as a moment for him to be introspective and actually like think about things instead of think about the damage that he's doing or whatever by leaving home, by searching after all of these desires and trying to find fulfillment in all these things that a devil will never be able to fulfill. Like that's just really cool.
I was thinking like a 9.5 or a 10, but I'll give it a 10 because like, dude, Camelot, they do really well with their 3/4 time. Like there's this kind of 3/4 sequence and everything, and then they kind of elevate going back into the chorus. Like I won't play it here, but listen to that particularly, right? That lead up into the chorus, and it's just 3/4 can be your friend when it comes to transitions and whatever. Like, and Camelot does a great job on this album with a lot of that.
Yeah, like there's way more 3/4 than I remember there being on this
a lot
album.
Yeah,
a lot of waltzy vibes.
And Roy Khan, if I remember right, like he was, training to be an opera singer. You know what I mean? And I
Way back in the day.
love him like his low notes, and
Yeah.
he moves around really good with his range. He goes high. He's really good anywhere he goes with his range. You know. And
just the buildup
yeah.
of like, don't wake me, I may dream. Then the music even get more intense. Tomorrow will be gone.
Lost in the
It's like it's very
just
dramatic.
freaking,
It's fudging like Les Miserables quality kind of melody vibe stuff.
freaking good stuff, man.
That's amazing. Yeah, I don't know if I said it. Also, I gave it a 10 as well. I can't remember if I said that, but yeah, freaking amazing. Should we move on to
let's
Lost and
move on.
Damned?
Yeah, and the lyrics are definitely immersing us.
Yeah.
more. Yeah,
Yeah. So if you guys haven't read the lyrics while listening to this album, I'd recommend doing that because kind of cool.
for reals, man.
Here is Lost and Damned.
This is like one of the darker songs. This and Descent of the
Darker,
Archers, I guess.
Yeah, Black Halo's way darker. of an
Yeah,
album
way
than this
dark,
one.
yeah.
Like the production and everything on that album is just more gothic-y sounding, I guess.
Who does all?
Yeah, it's like Myra or Sasha Baron, maybe. They seem to do everything in this time frame. That time, Produced and engineered by Sasha Baron. Nero did the keyboards for Nero keyboards and orchestra. Nice. Oh wow, dude. Look at Trill solo guitar on Descent. Yeah, just dude, Gunter Inferno keyboard. Dude, that's from Dan and Claus. Holy crap, man. We should read that like in a quiet part, just showing some of the people. Like that'd be kind of cool.
Little did I know where this would go when this began. Once I was free to fly, I never promised anything. This may well
Dope, man.
That's how you do it.
Is this
man.
me?
I think so, yeah.
Man, I was thinking more like a 9.5, but freak, those lyrics and
That
that
last
ending and
bit,
everything.
Really kind of
I'm
pushed it
like,
over the edge,
dude,
didn't it?
freaking 10, man. Like, I'll give it a
Yeah.
10 because, like, dude, this is some masterclass freaking stuff, man. Like, just awesome stuff. And we were looking up like who does the keyboards and everything, and I'll share some of the guests that showcase on here, and it's really cool because it's like, you know, like, anyways, I'll say like guest musicians: Miro, keyboards and orchestral arrangements; Marie does female vocals; Sacha Paeth does additional guitars; Luca Turilli does solo guitar; Gunter Verno does keyboards, and that's the keyboard player for Van and Plaus. Ian Ringwald, I don't know him, but he does keyboards.
Yeah.
It just, you know, sorry, the rest of you people, like, it's really
how
cool
connected
how
the metal world is.
Exactly.
You
How
know, you got the
connected.
Rhapsody guitar.
You got
on
Rhapsody,
there.
you got
Yeah.
it's just really awesome that, you know, I don't know, this is such a cool endeavor, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
A
And
lot of people came together to make this what it is, and
Yeah.
and
And-
did a fine job.
and you know, Sasha did do that guitar solo on that DVD live, you
Yeah.
know, of the Moonlight
The-
song,
yeah.
you know, and Miro, like him and Sasha do a lot of producing and everything and
Yeah.
engineering, and it just really tight knit, you know.
It sounds beautiful. Sounds
yeah.
That song. One thing about it that is kind of cool is like, so here's kind of just a funny thought is like I. On The Office, when Ryan was like, "I gotta go on this trip, and if I stay here, I'll just resent you." If I
yeah, yeah,
Kelly, and he's
right.
like, "You don't want me to resent you, right?" You
I
know,
know.
it reminded me
Yeah.
that line where he's like, "Helena, I do this for you, believe me,"
know,
and it's like,
yeah.
you know, I would be horrible to be with if I wasn't able to keep searching for whatever, you know,
Yeah.
like take it for Helena for granted, you know. But then again, at the end part where he's like saying, "I want to save you from lost and damned," meaning like I'm venturing into crap that's really freaking brutal, and I know it's darkening me.
Yeah.
I don't want it to darken you also. And then in the last part, it's kind of like he's lost hope because he says like, "Don't ask why, don't be sad. Sometimes we all must alter paths we planned. Leave me behind, don't look back, because deep within you know I'm lost and damned." And it's just like, dude, that's how you end a freaking
Yeah.
song. Like that's so good because it's like,
Well, because he
You know.
you know he signed his soul away. He
Yeah.
did alter his path of what he was you know,
Yeah.
planning on doing. So
yeah.
freaking
And
awesome.
it's that's so cool. But it's almost like in the last little bit. In the first bit, you don't see that sort of introspection of like, you know, it's like I want to protect you from the dark or whatever. And then in the last bit, it's like I am the dark, you know.
Yeah.
And that's like cool.
I am
It's
the
like,
one who
I am
knocks.
the one who knocks.
I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the one who knocks.
Gosh dang right.
Yeah, for real. It's like,
Yeah.
that's a cool song.
Should we do 13, 14, and 15 together? Because 13 is short and 14 is just an interlude. You know,
I don't know. I'm
I mean,
not
we
really
could
sure.
talk about 13. I
wonder
don't
if
know if we should rate it.
13
Though.
on its own. Yeah.
Let's just maybe do 13, talk about it a little
and then
bit,
do
but not
14
rate
and
it.
15 together.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, let's do it. I think we're
beautiful.
We're about an hour in so far on the video. I think.
Oh, when did we start? Like 11?
Just a little before 11, I think. So I think we're a little over an hour.
Okay.
But yeah, not bad.
Here is Helena's theme. Helena, whatever.
Yeah.
Greek, American, different pronunciation, whatever. I don't know.
I always remember the guy like the lady Helena has committed a sin.
Yeah,
So that I was
so
just
it's
kind of
like,
Helena.
yeah.
That's cool that they did
beautiful.
this on
That
track,
is so cool.
track
Track 7.
7.
Yeah, that was really cool. Learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And then they returned this on Abandoned, in that part whenever she... Is it Abandoned or Moonlight? Maybe it's Moonlight. Because they bring back this on either Abandoned or Moonlight. We'll wait when we get to it, I guess.
They remind me of you. How could I know you were to leave me?
Sarah Brightman kind of stuff.
No, Sarah Brightman, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That
great,
was
great.
Chills. This is we'll have to read
Because we're already in the interlude. Yeah, we're not gonna rate this song, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
I do like this melody. Like we were discussing that. I like how in track 7 it does Helena's theme, and then we get to hear Helena herself sing the theme. I like that when musicals, whatever, like or even
Bring
like
back
film
the-
score when a
Yeah.
character has a melody that belongs to them or
Yeah.
whatever. I like a lot of that stuff.
That is cool.
But
So there is a lyric here that's not in the song itself. This is, I guess, the river spirit talking or whatever. If the grace of God is real and the word of Christ can heal, bring their souls to heaven's light. Bless the unborn child tonight. So I think that's kind of cool, And this is kind of like whenever she
yeah, it's
commits
also in here.
suicide.
So yeah,
I guess this is when she commits suicide or something like that.
commits suicide, kills
and,
herself and the unborn,
and then jumps in the
Yeah.
river and then it's like, yeah, Ariel shouldn't have left,
Yeah, buddy. All right,
What you
yeah,
gonna do?
let's press on, man.
Okay, with all possible dispatch.
Yeah.
So this is leading into the morning after. Carry On is just a short interlude.
Hey, the lady Helena has committed a sin. Now death lies on her like an untimely frost upon the sweetest flower of all.
I like how his voice fades out. I think that's
Yeah.
kind of cool.
All carry on.
I bet this is going to be better now, because I bet the lyrics are going to hit harder,
look up the legit lyrics. I feel like they're messing with me. You know?
Yeah, and then in the end of this, like you hear him yelling her name.
Yeah. He's all
Somebody who's like walking with horses and they're singing that whole.
And
It reminds me of
Helena
you.
theme,
Yeah, doing the Helena theme. Crazy.
Wild.
Yeah.
I'll just say scene here.
I'll just share my thoughts, I guess, while
Yeah.
you're. Yeah, that one's actually my least favorite song on the album. It's a great song, like it's good, and it fits in the context of the album, but it doesn't. It's just not maybe as melodic or whatever. It's not as engaging for me. I still like it. It's still a fantastic song, but it just doesn't have the highs that those other ones do for me. So I think I'm gonna give it an 8 or 8.5. I don't know. I'll see what you say.
I do like this song a lot. I do kind of wish that the lyric was a little different. Instead of saying, you know,
What was it? Like
yeah,
another world.
in a,
something.
I am left to roam on the surface of a dream in a world that can't be seen. I just kind of wish he said, you know, I am left to roam on the surface of a dream in a world that can't be saved. I would have loved that because it would have been like, you know, if Ariel's already feeling like I'm lost and damned and everything, like it's easy for people who feel that way to
matters.
project that
Yeah.
onto everyone else. Everyone is lost and damned. It reminds me of that. I can't, I'm sorry, I keep on bringing up Manticora, but like that lyric on 8 Deadly Sins when he's like, now I can imagine the whole world is my foe. When you become so lost and detached to the ways in which you can see goodness and humanity and everything,
You're lost
then
and
you're
attached to humanity.
you're away from humanity and the whole world becomes your foe, and it just there. You know, I guess people call it the enmity of man and everything. You know, you don't like other people succeeding. You don't like other people having good things. You don't like seeing people smile. And it's like because you're so consumed.
Yeah.
And that being lost and everything, then it turns into hatred and everything else. You know, so
Yeah. Brutal
yeah,
stuff.
I'm gonna give it a 9. I'll give it a 9.5. I still like Carry On because it has this very earnest sort of carry on, like get past the mourning. Get past, you know, the sorrow and everything. Seek after what you are after, you know, knowledge and this and that and whatever. And it's a bit detached to this tragedy that just occurred, you know?
It could also just be kind of like you gotta, anytime there's a death or something, you have to find some way to find meaning again or carry on with life, or, you know, you have to like press on. It could be kind of something along those lines too. But Mephisto's just like, hey man, you want to make an omelet, you got to crack a few eggs, you know? Like he's just like, whatever, you know? Like he's like, you know, dude doesn't care less.
So what score do you give?
I give that one an 8. You know,
Yeah.
it's a great song, but you know, I just like the others more. It's
And-
kind of
and-
on par with like the bonus tracks or whatever.
For a while too, The Morning After, this was like my least favorite song, but there was something that happened maybe 8 to 10 years ago where I do like this song a lot, and it's meant a little bit more to me. But there's little things that I would have liked to change, but that's just me personally.
Yeah,
Also, in the
little stuff.
lyrics, they don't say when he says like. When they say carry on, and then Roy Khan says like maybe in another life, and it's not in the lyrics or whatever, but that's what it sounds like when you're listening to the album.
that's what he says.
He doesn't
We're
keep
not
on
making
saying
this up,
like meet
you know?
me on the other side or where it sounds like he says like maybe in another life, like
Yeah.
you know, lost souls.
Yeah, maybe I'll see her again. So this is the last track. You ready? This is 3 Ways to Epica.
Yeah, let's do it, man.
You go. This one is a beast though.
Yeah.
That other fool, someone was humming that for your theme. It sounded like
different too. This song musically is real different than some of the others. Yeah, you know? But this song feels a little more like tracks 2 and 3. Even if it's typed wrong here, I feel like she's saying that. I don't think she's saying that. It is a little off. Yeah. Because sometimes they'll send the lyrics, and then in the last one they'll take it, and then whoever is bringing yeah, it like says that, but I know. Come on, man. It's all over. Yeah. Punch it. Back in the day when people called this a prog metal album too. Yeah, on prog sides and everything. They're like, and it does make sense given that the complexity of this album.
So long, maybe forever. I must carry on.
guess I go on this one, huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give that song a 10, man. Freaking fantastic song, great closer. This was a sleeper hit for me, because it was
in the back.
It was in the back. The last song, with not counting the bonus tracks, but the last song, but once it clicked, I was just like, dude, yeah, Three Ways to Epica is freaking awesome,
Yeah.
And I love that last lyric of Mephisto saying like, you would not feel sadness if you never tasted joy. That's the curse of humans. Born in passion, you destroy. I loved how Mephisto he's so upfront about his animosity toward humans and stuff. I like that. It's just great lyrics, great song, just fantastic. 10.
Yeah, it's a 10. I do like how like Helena's parts where she's singing versus Ariel's parts. He's all saying like I'm gone, I'm defected, and she's all saying like I'm saved or whatever. That contrast is really cool.
Yeah.
Like I'm defected from God versus God has seized my soul. Like that's kind of cool. And then it's kind of like in Black Halo, we'll go into the whole like redemption arc of Ariel or whatever. But that's cool. And I do like in case people don't know, there's this section that's like the oh, did I pass it? Yeah, like this is like going back to Farewell.
Yeah.
Like Farewell was like, like maybe God couldn't remedy our souls if he tried, like in this last little bit he says, why did God take away the one thing I wanted? It's kind of, and then he says, maybe God is the melody we all serenade. It's like he's rethinking about God than what he thought in Farewell, but I kind of like how he says, why did God take away the one thing I wanted? Because that's so common for humans to be just like, oh, I'm distracted about all these other things or whatever, and then all of a sudden once something so important is gone, then you value it and then you treasure it or whatever. Like it's kind of and like I said, like whether you're Christian, not Christian, atheist, whatever, you still could kind of like at least learn from this sort of like human vice that we have where we don't appreciate Helena when she's here, and once she's gone it crushes our soul or whatever, anyways, and speaking of there's this movie from Scorsese. It's called Silence, and what's funny is when I saw, well, it's not a funny movie, but it's kind of a brutal movie. But what's funny is like there's this guy who always goes back to the priest and asks for forgiveness over and over and over again. And I can't remember the guy's name. It's been a while since I've seen it.
Yeah.
And in the movie or whatever, like afterwards, I was kind of just like, when I saw it, I was like, man, fudge that guy, like I was kind of just like, screw that guy, like, why do they keep like taking him back or whatever, And then the person I was watching, one of my friends, he was like, well, isn't that how all mankind is? Like, isn't mankind all like that, where we, say sorry over and over again for mistakes that we keep making over and over and over again,
That's
and
the curse
to
of
me,
humans.
That's the curse of humans, like we know that we're, and like I said, whether you're Christian or not Christian, there is this sense of like, we can't save ourselves, so that's why those people rely on God or whatever, and it's just kind of like, it's kind of interesting, like, that sort of contrast or whatever. I think that's pretty cool.
Well, and the thing is a lot of classic literature stuff did have a lot of like religious elements in a lot of that stuff. I mean, the Divine Comedy or Paradise Lost or whatever. I don't know a whole lot about Goethe's life and everything. I don't know why he wrote Faust or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know what his beliefs were or weren't. I have no idea.
I have no idea.
But it's still, I like, again, it's that philosophical questions about being human, making errors and trying to make restitution for things, and that's life,
and it's the same thing with that Atonement movie, like realizing that there's things in life that you cannot really rectify. In case people haven't seen, like Atonement is about like a guy that gets falsely accused of rape, and then like all of the effects that happen to the two families and stuff as it goes. And I think that's kind of like, I think that's the reason why this album and Black Halo hit really hard, is it touches on these themes of like redemption. You can't change, like he can't bring her back to life. Like in real life, like like in that verse he says, in this void of consequence, it's like life really does matter. The things that you do in this life really do matter, because there's so many things that are outside of our control. It's like, sure, we could do plenty, but when it comes to, we can't prolong death forever, or we can't, like, when somebody like tells a lie and ruins someone's life or whatever, there's certain damage done. Dark Tranquility, there's this damage done that us as humans, we cannot rectify or we can't fix. We can't make something innocent again that has been cursed or something, and then that, I think that kind of just goes to show like sort of this going back to this reliance on like a higher power to rectify some of these things
Right.
that we can't,
Can't,
whatever the higher power is, you know.
Yeah.
So that's why I think these two albums
Yeah.
are so freaking good, because those themes really resonate to me a lot, you know, and it's freaking awesome.
Should we talk about Epica as an album and then go into Black Halo really quick? I'm very happy.
Let's also explain that we're not doing the two bonus. We're saving those to the end. I'll just say that now.
Yeah, go for it.
So Epica, they had like 3 editions. Like the American one didn't have any bonus tracks, and that was the one we first got.
Right.
The European release had like Snow as a bonus track, and then the Japanese release had Like the Shadows as a bonus track. And Snow and Like the Shadows, they're great songs, but we're not really sure how they really fit into the overall story. So we're skipping them for now, you know, because we want to be able to just do this video telling the whole kind of story from start to finish. And then at the end, we'll do, you know, Epilogue, the Black Halo bonus track, as well as these 2 bonus tracks too. So anyway, just to throw that out there. You know,
I'm excited to move on to Black Halo and how the second half of this story kind of ends, you know. I'm excited to jump into it because I love Black Halo.
Yeah.
But I was really happy with Epica this time around. You know, a lot of the lyrics, a lot of the music, and you know, that little interlude in track 7, not catching that before.
Yeah.
Little things here and there. Like I was really happy with this I guess playthrough of Epica this time around. You know, it was nice. It felt like I was listening to it fresh again.
Yeah.
You know,
I feel the same way. Like it was cool doing, like the lyrics like popped out a lot more to me, you know, some lines and stuff that like maybe I didn't remember or whatever, like, and I think the thing that stuck out a lot to me too, and it's always stuck out, was how much Khan was able to adapt whatever character he's playing, you know? Like when he's Mephisto, he talks in a more sultry kind of sneaky voice, you know? And then whenever he's Ariel, like, you know, he changes his voice depending on that. And I think that's really cool. Overall, as an album, I think it's phenomenal. Like it's, I think it's like I think it's a masterpiece. I know I like Black Halo more, but Epica is it's not like far behind, you know? It's an amazing album all on its own.
So I'm gonna talk a little bit more about the plot for Black Halo, and then we're gonna jump into Black Halo, and let's do it. So there's a little bit more information on the characters that we'll touch on. So with Ariel, in Epica, Ariel's quest for this truth led him to make a binding deal with Mephisto, under which Mephisto would supply him with worldly power and knowledge. In exchange, if Ariel ever experiences a moment in which he is so content that he wishes to linger there forever, his soul will belong to Mephisto. After a reunion with Helena, Ariel left her to continue his quest, driving her to commit suicide. And then Helena, as well, in Epica, after Ariel left to embark on his quest for ultimate knowledge, she went in search of him and eventually found him. Though they stayed together for a time, Ariel left her to continue his quest. Helena, distraught at this, kills herself. Now in heaven, she is watching over Ariel. And then, let's see, for Mephisto, they don't really add much more for Mephisto. His goal and everything is basically the same. But they do add another character named Marguerite. Marguerite is a young woman living in the town. Marguerite's voice and appearance are similar to Helena's. Her character was inspired by the appearance of Helen of Troy. So anyways, in Faust, like, her name is Gretchen, but in this she's Marguerite. So
isn't Helena based on Gretchen, but then isn't Margaret based on the Helen of Troy character?
Oh, right. My bad. Yeah, I read that wrong.
No worries.
So now,
and that's the thing, is we've never read the original play.
Exactly.
Hundreds of years ago. So we're like,
I mean, we're not like 100%
for people that know
the backstory.
You guys know the source material more than we do.
I watched Faust in the original German. I understood.
Not for reals. Yeah. We don't have that depth of whatever.
All right, so now the plot. Continuing from Epica, Ariel is still stricken with grief and sorrow over Helena's death. With Ariel's will nearly under Mephisto's total control, the fallen angel brings Ariel a beautiful young woman named Marguerite, who looks and speaks like Helena. Ariel seduces Marguerite and the two sleep together, which completes Mephisto's manipulation of Ariel. The morning after, Ariel regains his memory, breaking Mephisto's control over him, and comes to his senses. He apologizes to Marguerite and explains his story, begging her to leave, but saying that they might meet again someday. Ariel leaves Mephisto and wonders how all the pain he has caused could somehow could come about as a result of his good intentions in searching for the answers to the meaning of life. He concludes that it is impossible to find these answers on earth and that they must lie in heaven alone. Realizing that his sins have prevented him from entering heaven, he begs God for forgiveness but hears no sign from him. Heartbroken, he realizes that he will never be able to reunite with Helena, nor find the answers he seeks. He looks back on the suffering that he has caused to everyone he knows and concludes that it can never be undone. With this, Ariel prompts himself into action and decides to confront Mephisto. He crosses the river and approaches Mephisto's castle. Resigning himself to death, he approaches Mephisto. Ariel denounces him as traitorous and evil. He cuts his ties to Mephisto and resolves to live a good life like Helena did, even though his sins have damned his soul to hell anyways. Ariel states that humanity will always struggle with the very questions that Ariel has been trying to answer throughout his journey. This prompts him to a sudden realization that love is the ultimate answer to life, and that the true love between himself and Helena was thus a part of it, even before he left on his quest. He knows now that even having found this answer, he will never be truly satisfied, and that his free will allows him to create his own meaning of life and his own destiny. With his questions finally answered, he comes to a state of transcendental understanding and sublime joy, so strong that he wishes to linger in that moment forever. This moment of total satisfaction brings into effect the contract that Ariel made with Mephisto, and thus his soul now belongs to the fallen angel. As Ariel's soul begins to leave his body, Mephisto prepares to claim it. However, Helena intercedes to God on Ariel's behalf. Since Ariel has rejected all evil, even in the face of certain damnation, he has redeemed himself, and God allows him to enter heaven with Helena. Mephisto, his bet with God lost, wails as he is cast into hell forever. With the story over, it is revealed that Ariel's tale is a playset for a New Year's Eve festival, similar to the framing device of Goethe's Faust. The festival ends with a tribute to tragedy, comedy, and the cyclical nature of life. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, I bid you welcome to the Black Halo.
And that's the thing too. So like in this first song, we're gonna play like on the CD. If you rewind the CD in a CD player, you'll see in your mind, you'll hear people like going into a theater and they're like, oh, the second act is about to start or whatever, and that's the thing is like at the very end of like Halo, like with the last like 2 tracks or whatever, it's kind of like this has all been a play that's supposed to make you reflect on humanity, all that kind of stuff, life, and all that good stuff.
So we're going to play. It's hard because you can't do this with like digital iPod and everything.
Yeah, you can't rewind.
So we're gonna play March of Mephisto, but with that hidden extra minute or so.
Mm-hmm. So you guys can hear it because we gamble that like a lot of people don't know that there's a hidden track.
Right.
If so many people hear music like only digitally and whatnot, they may never know this. So that's why we wanted to throw it in there so that.
So
you guys can hear it, it's kind of cool.
That was the cool thing about having CDs is like being able to do little fun things and like rewind and like all that stuff. So
songs in between songs and crap. Yeah, that's kind of cool. All right, are you ready?
Yeah.
Here's the first track from the Black Halo. This is March of Mephisto. Yeah, thank you. I was gonna just like hit play. Without further ado, here is Kamelot's The Black Halo. The first track is March of Mephisto. Let me make sure it's good.
Yeah. And by the way, I will say that.
You want me to pause it? Or?
Yeah, go and pause it. Out of all of the albums that I love and everything, Black Halo is probably my 3rd favorite album of all time. 3rd. Reckoning Night is gonna be number 1. 5, the New Mythology Suite is number 2, but Black Halo is probably my 3rd favorite album of all time.
Yeah.
So it'll be dope.
Yeah, it's definitely in my top 5 too. I love this freaking album. I forget the lyrics. And we'll read that after the song. We'll read what he said.
And we'll have to go first. I think I ended with 3 Ways Epica.
That sounds good.
Yes, I do. Oh, I'm all wet, damn.
Good evening, sir. We've come to see Camelot. They haven't started yet, have they?
Just made it for the second act. I hope you have your tickets because it's sold out and there is
First row. It's 9 and 10.
Let's hurry.
Middle entrance. Straight down the aisle. Yes.
It's like
All the way down.
tuning of the violins in the crowd, That's cool.
I'm all wet, damn.
I know.
Let's go.
Let's go.
This is such a dope song. Thing's so good, man.
Just gotta kind of pump it back.
Gotta pump it back.
We just got one down. Got a second one to
Here's the
go.
second one to go. Part 2. It's just good at building that anticipation, you know?
You know just who I am. Don't be so distant. Cause when you're alone,
Just the first 2 songs.
I am sorry there to share your grief. When your sorrow is only my way to comfort you. Now tell me all about your pain, down to the detail. Don't say it loud. Your fragile heart frees my contempt. When your sorrow is only my way to comfort you.
Such a good reveal. So good. Marching vibe.
That's what I'm saying.
I know. What was that? What was that? Evil or?
You and I, you song, no, you deny.
Yeah, that song is a 10. It's so freaking good. I like that it's the whole song is like from Mephisto's perspective or whatever, and the lyrics are just really engaging in this song, and it's just musically the way they like build into it or whatever, you know, with like him chanting all this crap to like a crowd, and it almost seems like a devil army or some crap. I don't know. But what he says, I guess in Latin, he says, "The fortune is smiling at our first effort. Let me lead you and you will be safe. The voice of people, voice of God, for bigger glory of the God to the infinity," you know? Yeah. And it's
when Shagrath says like ad infinitum and then you know, just awesome.
It builds it up so well, and that riff is so heavy and just like massive. Like, man, like that's the thing is Epica was amazing musically and everything, but everybody just like ups the ante more on this album. Like it's more like immediate, it's more epic, it's more like, I don't know, affecting. It's just it gets to you more. Like, man, like Epica already is freaking amazing, but this album is one of the best of all time. Like, gosh dang, like, yeah, I don't know if I have much more to say, but yeah, this song's sick.
Like, I'm gonna give that song a 10. Like, I this is another song that's probably in my top 5 Kamelot songs. I love this song a lot.
Yeah.
It just, I love Casey Grillo's drumming on this song too, especially during the keyboard solo part. And shout out, by the way, to Jens Johansson for covering keyboards, you know, for the first two songs. But yeah, just, man, Casey Grillo, he's very like grounded. You know, there's not a lot of double bass and everything, but his snares and his bass pedal, they're so pronounced, and he does a very good job with the marching feel.
Yeah,
it's just his drumming and everything. Just it really adds to the whole effect of the song, you know. And already hearing this song, you know, you've got some guttural vocals and things. You know that like the Black Hill is going to be a lot darker of an album, and hey, you know, who doesn't like a little darkness, you know? And lyrically, dude, I love in that last like lyric whenever he says like, "I am the urge of the flesh."
Yeah,
it just like, you know,
awesome.
then back into the march. It's just so freaking awesome.
And I feel like this song is almost a turning point, because first you see like Mephisto being like, you know, come disguised, like he's presenting himself like it's all good and whatnot.
Guy,
yeah, he's like, I'm a pretty good guy. It's humanity that sucks.
Yeah.
This song is kind of like when you're like, no, this dude is fudging evil. Like
when
it's
like
kinda,
the mask is
the
off.
mask is off, and it's just like, yep, like. That line where he's like, "I'm the thorn in your side that seeks accomplishment, reminding the mortal of death." Like that's freaking good. He's like, I gotta remind them, like I gotta freaking terrorize mankind to say know their place, you know. Like Mephisto's a motherfucker, you know. Like, anyways, I just it's so good. It's man, and just the whole like. Na, 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 then that fast little, I don't know what that is, like a triplet or which part. Every time they do that in the chorus, they're like, "Sign that seeks accomplishment." Da, 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 na, 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 na,
oh, he just
always do that. Oh, I thought it was. Don't they do a quick little like? Well, yeah, he does do that, but you know, I don't know. It seems to have some kind of like sort of.
I don't know if it's that quick, but you'd have to play it and everything, and then I'd have because maybe I'm missing something, you know.
Like I'm gonna just connect to this one.
Yeah,
but it's like a fast little like diddly. I don't know.
I can't remember if the guitar is doing it, but that's something that I feel like I would remember. But yeah, if you could show me, you know, we'll just play it a little bit. Oh, we gotta turn since we unplugged. Yeah. But like every time in the chorus, they always have that fast little thing before going back into it. Yeah, I'll listen. I'll listen more closely.
And does he do that with the double bass? Because I know he doesn't like just do that. That fast little, I go to a little triplet or something. Like every time I didn't eat it. Well, I mean, the second time you go, but just this part. So that's a
That's a sextuplet. Da, 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 or- Yeah.
You know, like the freaking.
Well, it's not quite a sextuplet. No, it's
Maybe
four.
it is four
It's
counts.
it's
like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it's a quick. It's not. It's a 16th note, but it's like condensed. I don't know what that's called. So it's like da 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 da. It's like I know how to write it down musically and everything. Three of them attack together. It's just a quick 4.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's a
it,
quick
like it
4.
sounds like 3, but it's
Because-
actually 4.
yeah,
One of
'cause
those
they're
kinds of things or something.
Written in music, it'd be da 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 da. But then if you have the 3 together with the black lines, and then the one, it'd be da 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 da. That would be written like that, but the other one would be da 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 da. And yeah. I think there is something there. Yeah.
Something about it. Oh,
So,
but
anyways.
like how it does that, it that like gives it this urgency to the song, you
Right,
know?
right.
Like it's not just you know, like the whole time, you know, like it gives
Yeah.
it this certain kind of, I don't know, I don't know, some urgency or some violence to the song or something that
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just kind of cool. It's not
Yeah.
just free form. You're like you know, like it's. I don't know. I think it's
Yeah,
cool.
that is pretty cool. Yeah, sextuplet would be like da 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 da. You know, so you leave off the two last hits, but you know, 1 2 3 4 5 6, 1 2 3 4 5 6, 1 2 3 4 5 6. We're just going 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. You know,
Just
but
really
it's
quick.
Yeah, in that no. Anyways,
Yeah.
cool though.
This is just for us. Like
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is not for the benefit of the people.
Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah.
Hope you enjoyed it.
But the thing
Yeah.
with March of Mephisto is when you see it live and everything, you are just like, oh yeah, you're rocking
Yeah.
out. And you really, it's a great live song. You know,
it's got that
that's for sure.
cadence, march quality to it.
Yeah.
That's just really good. You ready for When the Lights Are Down?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
This song is freaking amazing too. Whoops. Man, that riff is so
1 2
good.
3 4.
It's just so good, man. It's so good. Oh, man. Long triplets.
gonna give that song a 10. Ian at the beginning of the video he mentioned about the Black Halo tour and everything, and this song means a lot to us because our very first tour when we saw them in Tampa, Florida, we go to this show, we get to the front of the line because we were like 3, 4, 5 hours early from when the stuff opened. We were standing on one side of the door. There was another guy standing on the other side of the door. We didn't really know. We were only like 17 or whatever. 17, 18 years old, whatever it was. Yeah. And and then people started lining up.
We got there real early.
It was really early. We were waiting
or something.
Yeah, it was early. But people started lining up behind the
other guy.
And then there's this guy who came out and he's like, "Oh, hey, what's up, so and so?" And then he's like, "Oh, hey, you're first in line." And then he's like, "Yep." And then we just kind of moved over and then behind some other people.
Yeah, we were like, "This is bullshit." Yeah. We were so big because we were like, we were actually first. We just had no idea where you're supposed to line up. We were sitting there for at least an hour until this dude showed up and he stood on the other side.
But we did get in and we did get to the front of the row. That's the important thing. It doesn't matter who was lining up outside.
Yeah, we still were close enough to be in the very front row.
So we were in the front row, and they started off the show with this song when the lights are down. And Khan wasn't even out yet, but everyone was playing. And everyone's playing, and then whenever they're like da da da, and then Khan just runs out and he puts his foot onto the
speaker thing.
The speaker thing. He puts his foot and he loomed over us, and we were just like whatever. And it was a small venue. There, there were people, but not a crap ton or whatever. So it's like you could literally touch him, his face or whatever.
There wasn't a bunch of security.
There wasn't security, nothing. But it was like the impression of a 17, 18-year-old teenager or whatever. We were like, this is awesome.
It blew our minds.
It blew our minds. And so that song, When the Lights Are Down, I always remember that time that was the very first song that they played live to start that show.
And then us and Jake, all of us were all freaking out.
Yeah,
we were all just like,
because Jake was there too. It was awesome. But awesome. I give that song a 10. Got a nice galloping double bass happening. Great chorus.
I really like. I feel like in some ways, Black Halo is kind of a blueprint for what they would do, in the future in some ways, because in a way, they kind of, it almost seems like I know in Epica we had moments where it was softer verse, a heavy chorus, but I feel like in this album, they do that formula a lot where it's quieter during the talking parts and then leading in with a big punch with the chorus. And this song just exemplifies that perfectly, the way it just, and then she was gone, and then going in, cause when the light, back into it, it's such an energetic song. It's a fun song. It's so good. The guitar playing in it is awesome. And when we got into this kind of metal back, 20 years ago, we loved how the guitarist and the keyboardist would do dual solos back and forth and stuff. So this is just another example of dude, back in the day when all of this stuff was a little bit newer to us, it blew our freaking minds. It was insane.
And kind of going back to the Yngwie Malmsteen type stuff, that became the staple for a lot of that power metal stuff, was that having the almost dueling, the guitar would be and then the keyboard would be it became a staple for power metal music.
You don't really hear keyboard solos in death metal.
Black
metal, really.
I mean, prog metal, if they're more along the DGM or the Symphony X, they do dueling solo type stuff. But it's more the prog power bands or something. You know.
You ready for The Haunting? Somewhere in Time?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
Here goes. Dope song.
Yeah.
This whole album's
this is kind of the single for the album. I mean, this is the easiest song for someone to get into.
But don't let that fool you. It's a dope song. Dope song.
Maybe the sound of your voice made me believe that you were her. Just like the river disturbs my inner peace. Once I believed I could find just a trace of her beloved soul. Once I believed it was all, it's just fathered my beliefs.
The way the music crescendos and all that is kind of cool.
I'll be farther apart.
Yeah, like
That first time we come, when memories linger on and on. What made me think you were her? Helena,
like production, like little added
having the orchestra violin, like
playing a more prominent content.
what I heard. We're always like at war with like the lyrics here. I know. But I feel like you said I'll love you again. You did say that, but you did say that. Like you said, it's wrong, man. There's a difference between saying haunt and love. It sounds very different.
Yeah, like this is a great like outro guitar playing out.
It's nice, you know. It's just
Amazing.
nice.
Alright, bro. Oh, I start on this one? Yeah, this song I'm giving it a 10. It's a kind of a perfect duet song, you know? Like her and him together is very harmonious. It's exquisite. Should I just end it here? It's 10 seconds, but whatever. I'll just let it go, then I'll end it.
Yeah,
This kind of leads into track 4.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's kind of like
because then the horn, the
little
blaring sound alarm goes off in the
But yeah, I give it a 10. I think it's so. One thing that's funny is sometimes the things that we hear in the lyrics or whatever are different than what's in the booklet or here.
Right.
And in some ways, I kind of wonder if like this song could be interpreted as "Somewhere in Time I Will Find You," and like a part of me wonders if it's Ariel wondering if he'll like I'll see Helena again, whereas Margaret's like, I'll see you again, like, and he's like, coffee's for closers only, but like, because in that last part that would make more sense if he says "Somewhere in Time I will find you and love you again."
Right.
If he says something like that, it almost seems like he's talking about freaking Helena,
Yeah.
but she's talking about him, even though he's like leaving her behind or whatever,
Right.
like that would make sense. Because that's what it sounds like in that last verse. It sounds like he says, "Somewhere in time I will find you and love you again," and not haunt you again, even though it doesn't say that in the lyrics. But We'll leave that up to you guys to
Yeah.
decide. It's a 10. It's an amazing song.
Yeah, I'm gonna give that a 10. I do think that how do you pronounce Simone's? I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce her.
Yeah.
I think she does a good job as like guest vocals and everything. And
Yeah.
that band Epica, of course, they got their name from the Epica album and everything. So these people are big fans of Kamelot, and I don't know. I've seen Epica like once or twice, and I've never really gotten into Epica as a band. I just never really tried many times. It just never clicked.
Yeah.
Maybe one day, maybe one day. But I mean, yeah,
I gotta give them another chance too.
yeah, her and Khan, singing together and everything. It's a great song. Yeah, it's kind of more the single. It's more
Accessible, I guess.
Yeah, accessible.
Like when you're getting someone, you're not like starting with March of Mephisto,
Right,
especially if they're
and if someone had some kind of background that's like, oh, I like Evanescence or something, it's like, I'll play you The Haunting. Because there is a little bit of like, I don't want to call it goth influence, but like there's a little bit of like
a little goth tinge or something to it.
Yeah, and especially like a lot of the epic bands like Delane and Xandria and all these bands really did more of like the epic sound or whatever, and there's definitely like a market. People do like those bands and like that sound and everything.
Yeah.
But anyways, just it's the most accessible song, but I do think it's a masterpiece. I do think it's great at what it does.
So we were talking to the song, like the way it builds up to the first bit, there's this like kind of long crescendo where all the music gets louder and louder until it goes into the whole, and the chorus and stuff. And, so it is a really cool song. Like, yeah, I like it.
I feel like I'm giving sort of a lackluster response to the song. But it's like, dude, I've heard this song like a million times and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes I'm like,
this one doesn't like. This is a song on the album that I probably get tired of
right
the most. Whereas some of the other ones, like I can listen to
like
forever.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but it's still,
but it doesn't mean that I'm like 7. Like, because like there's a time like, dude, I've loved this song for a long time. It's just. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, this next one's one of my favorites on the album.
I like
this
Soul
song.
Society.
You ready?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
Here we go. Here's Soul Society.
If my soul could revive from my carnal remains, what does it matter to me?
Drums are really cool in this song.
If it all fades to black, if I'm born once again, and no one really is free, how could I be condemned for the things that I've done? If my intentions were good, I guess I'll never know something's under the sun. Can never be understood. How can we believe in heaven? Human reason counters all ideas of soul society. My life is just a fragment.
Do the choirs and stuff. It's so good, man. It is so good.
More than I can see.
Like heavenly hosts or something.
In the dark, we're the same. In the concept of time, we're like the green in the sand, and we strive for the fame. As if death was
I remember so many of these lyrics, though. I this was a lot more than I
Yeah, me too.
how I wish it was a heaven.
Little girl, I don't know.
So I know that they sing on a silverphone song like that to their kids, you know that. But I'm pretty sure this is.
Yeah, I think so. Like, little girls and little girls, whatever.
How could I be condemned for the things that I've done? If my intentions were good, I guess I'll never know something's under this sun.
Background so good.
Can never be understood. How can we believe in heaven? All for one and one for all. All for joy and sanctity. Unlike the just a fragment of the universe and more, and maybe more than we can see.
Fudging A.
Yeah, dude. So that's me to start. I'm gonna give that a freaking 10, dude. This song has always meant a lot to me, man.
Yeah.
I love that introspection. I love that questioning and everything. And dude, Roy Khan like just delivers it so
Convincingly.
yeah, so well. You know, those lyrics are great. You know, how could I be condemned for the things that I've done if my intentions were good? And then I love the back and forth between like the, you know, like how can we believe in heaven? And oh, I wish there was a heaven, you know, and everything. And it's like, I guess we'll never know all things under the sun. It just, what a contemplative, awesome freaking track, man. And it just, man, like, I've always loved Soul Society. It's a great song.
Yeah. Another thing about it too is I like that it ends on a kind of more optimistic note. It's opposite of Lost and Damned, where it's just like I'm fudged, you know. Like it ends on an because he says like in the last bit, he's like there may be more than we can see.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's almost like he's starting to believe maybe there is a heaven, you know, because in the first bit he's kind of just like suffering and whatever. How can we believe in heaven? Like and he yearns for this, and then he's like, how I wish there was a heaven. Like he's yearning for this sort of place, a soul society where everybody is one and one for all, because in this
Right.
earth it's like not that way, you know. And there's something kind of precious about how they have that interlude where the girls like laughing or whatever. It's like
right.
it's like what could be closer to heaven than like a newborn child or something, you know?
Right.
Like what can be the most you know, touching thing that will just like pierce your soul than innocence like that, you know?
Right.
And in some ways, it's kind of like this song, I think, is just very, I'm getting all emotional, crap. Fudge it. But like this song is just like, it's very, everybody could kind of take this song and feel something from it, you know, that is a little bit deeper than just, you know, some club music or you know, kind of what, you know, like I don't know. I feel like it's a really good introspective song.
I like, you know, I'm not a fan of like Christian rock, Christian music or anything. I don't like it. I feel like a lot of it's just kind of, I don't know if vapid is the right
Boring,
word.
like, simplistic.
And,
It's just like
kind of in your face, you know, like whatever. But I
repetitive
like
too. Sometimes it's just
Yeah.
like, you know, praise be all. Like they just keep saying the same thing over and over again. And you're just kind of like, come on.
I feel like it sometimes like when I listen to it, it like, I mean, if you like it, great, that's fine.
Yeah.
I've got nothing against it or anything. It's just, it's harder for me to find like a deep connection, you know, musically and messaging. But like something like this, I feel like I'm drawn to much more of like either like a spiritual experience or something that's, it like gets to me, it gets to my heart and everything, gets my emotions. And because it feels deep, it feels more, I don't know, like it's.
I think in some ways it might be because this song, it could really speak to the doubts and fears that humankind
like an
have.
agnostic kind of approach.
Whereas sometimes some Christian music may not really appeal to that, you know.
Right.
And sometimes you're kind of like you want some sort of relatability with a song about heaven or something. And it's kind of funny because like some Christian music I don't like, and then others I'm kind of like that really resonates with me, you know. Like it's kind of like Silent Night is this is the holidays. Silent Night to me is one of the most gentlest, most beautiful songs like ever written. Like it's just so it reaches me like a song like this does, you know what I mean? And I think that just goes to show, like, sometimes, I don't know, sometimes some music, like, I think people also fear that if you're talking about fear and doubt, then that's somehow like bad, or like
you're doubting,
and it's kind of like, well, it's like that needs to be addressed. Like, it's good to talk about those things, and instead of just being so confident to the point that you're like not addressing, you know, the real like concerns and stuff. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's one reason why this song kind of hits, whereas maybe other songs don't, because they're just kind of like, everything's good, you know, praise this and that, and, you know, like it's a little disconnected from maybe the suffering and sorrow sometimes of life.
For me personally, I feel like I'm one of those people that's a bit in between, where it's like I can't connect with the people that are like very much like anti-religion, whatever, but I feel like I can't connect with the full-on pro-religion people either. And I feel like I wander in this weird place where it's like I can see the sensibilities of each person and arguments or whatever. But like I'll share a quick story.
Connect to both.
Yeah, I was in college, and I remember I was sharing with this girl like the song "Misplaced" from Song Arctica, and in the lyrics, you know, I was showing her, you know, it's like the lyrics are like, you know, I never had a chance. I can understand. I'm a misplaced man. How could this backward plan learn to understand my dance? What it's like when every single smile hurts, you know. And then she was like, "This is sad. Like, why do you like this?" And then I was like, "Well, haven't you ever felt misplaced before?" You know. And I don't like the religious type people who are like, "I have all the answers. I know better. Just trust me and quit being an evil bastard." You know what I mean? But then I don't like the cocky, like, anti-religion people who are like, there is no God. You know, like, if you believe in that shit, you're an idiot. You know. And like, I just don't like the confidence of either spectrum. You know what I mean?
Sort of arrogance on both sides.
Right. And music allows me that sort of like companionship to something where it's like relatable, where it's okay to have questions, and it's okay to, you know. And so it just, like I said, this album means a lot to me. There's a reason why it's my third favorite. You know, like,
it's the reason why it's in my top 5 too. Like, I don't know where it lands, but it's up there. And I really think that one reason why this does work is because it's connecting to the human element of fear and doubt and whatnot, but also the human element of desiring grace. We desire to be saved. We desire heaven, you know? That's something that's very human, and that could communicate to religious people or non-religious people, however they wanted to interpret it.
Belonging.
And that gives it this sort of universal quality, and that's why it's such a freaking amazing song, you know? It's so good.
Like, this, to me, is the golden days of Kamelot. This area is, there's, you know, it just, anyways. Fantastic song. Let's press on.
But only a song like this would prompt that kind of discussion or those kinds of thoughts, you know?
Exactly.
Like, when I'm listening to, like, and I'm not ragging on other bands or anything, but sometimes if I'm listening to other kinds of music, it doesn't prompt that sort of discussion or introspective view in myself.
And if you feel confident in whatever belief you have or lack of belief you have, if you're confident and you're happy, I'm like, hey man, more power to you. I'm glad you're happy. I'm glad you found whatever it is that works for you. You know, great. You know, I just don't like the lost sheep, the lost souls or whatever. Just kind of like, well, they're hopeless. You know, and me, I'm kind of like, well, let's delve into music. Let's delve into questions and, you know, whatever. It's so, anyway, like, I don't want to take anything away from anybody, you know. This is just where I'm coming from, you know. And as a music listener, it's nice to connect with deeper thoughts, deeper emotions, so on and so forth.
I mean, just a Christian analogy, allegory or whatever, like, Christ has to leave the shepherd in order to find the one lost sheep or whatever. And there's this sense of like, that just kind of goes to show that you cannot just be comfortable in what you view as like, we're all the you know, in your tribe, so to speak. In order to reach other people, you have to step outside of your tribe in order to reach other people, whether or not you're trying to, you know, politically, religiously, whatever. I don't know, you know, but Anyways, that's a freaking sick song.
Great song. Yeah.
You ready for interlude 1? And well, that's the thing is you cannot. Let me just throw this in. You cannot like totally disconnect religious stuff with this because I mean, even some of the lyrics here are connected to
exactly.
like religious literature. So it's kind of like there's this sort of. But I guess I'm just bringing that up because I don't want people to just think that this is only an album that connects to religious people.
Right.
Because I want people to also be able to see the value in this album. Even if they're not religious at all,
right?
You know?
And maybe that's another reason why Khan is so convincing with his singing and everything because Khan is religious. You know, I don't know about the other members and everything. I'm not sure, but like I do know that religion did play like a part in him leaving the band and everything. You know, but that's why I'm like, dude, like if you're a vocalist. And you're singing lyrics, but you don't really believe in it or whatever. You don't.
It's gonna
encapsulate that belief and everything.
Yeah.
Like it's
right
not like Roy Khan like really encapsulates these lyrics and everything. And it's just I respect him because you know he's probably had his own struggles in his life and everything. And you know what is the meaning of life, whatever you know. And you know it just.
It feels convincing. It feels like it's coming from his soul or his heart or whatever when he's singing these words. And and that really connects.
Exactly. I just. You know, it just, anyways, So Roy Khan, fantastic vocalist, like,
Geo,
it takes
greatest
more,
of all time.
it takes more than just freaking. Oh, I sung the lyrics. I sung the A and I sung the B. I sung the C.
Well, I can hit that high,
like
whatever.
Yeah, you know,
like,
it takes like, more than it takes conviction, and you know, you as a listener have to be convinced.
Yeah, especially if you're doing music that's very performative and whatnot. If it, like this is very cinematic, performative. Like you could, you know, play kind of stuff. You do just have to be very convincing and play these roles that you're, you know, you have to be convincing, and he does a freaking good job.
Yeah. Let's move on. We'll be here all day.
I know. We can talk about Black Halo for a couple hours, so we'll Anyways. So here's interlude 1, De Gratia. So it's some kind of interlude, and then we're gonna
We'll explain the Latin later after the song.
Yeah, that sounds good. And then it's gonna lead into Abandon, which is one of the best freaking ballads. Like, gosh dang. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Here's Interlude and then Abandoned. This song is freaking beautiful. Woo! So freaking beautiful. Credo prima donne. Sub solenia. That is cool, him with her voice. That's so cool.
Sub sole nihil novi est, ad aspera, per aspera. Quae rite prime regnum Dei, ante bellum memento mori.
10. I know. Freaking 10, man.
Once my life was plain and clean.
Dude has a low register longer than all people.
Once my
His range is
ignorance
crazy.
was bliss. Nightfall came like a serpent's kiss to my troubled mind. Why, oh why, my God, have you abandoned me in my sobriety? Behind the old facade, I'm your bewildered child. So take me across the river wide.
I wonder if
Promises on my soul, grand illusions let us
myself.
Can't help it.
Can't help myself.
It's just so good. No, but I feel like this song and Abandon are probably the two that have the most depth to them lyrically, you know?
Oh yeah. So you'll do your response first.
Oh, it's my turn.
And then can you share the Latin
Sure. Yeah.
part? Yeah.
So man, that song's freaking amazing. So
Yeah.
in the interlude part, track 5, here's what he says in like Latin, or what I assume to be Latin. Nothing new under the sun, to the stars through the thorns. At first seek the kingdom of God. Remember the death before war.
Oh snap!
Poetic, man, fucking amazing. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like that's why I kind of said like, when you're listening to it, it's impossible to disconnect religious kind of like, because I mean the theme is about a guy trying to go to heaven even though he's like totally
lost and damned.
lost and damned and stuff. It's like yeah, I love this freaking song. Like Khan's vocals when he's like in that low register are really cool, because normally in Kamelot's music he's normally pretty high, especially in the early days. He's like almost always high.
Yeah.
And then
Kingdom
at this
Come,
point,
like,
and the light shining down on me, And this point he's singing more in a lower register, and it just sounds so beautiful. And maybe I'll let you share some thoughts before we jump into.
Yeah,
it's a 10.
I mean, yeah, dude. I'm gonna give it a 10. Also, man, that's one of my favorite Kamelot ballads. I love this song a lot. I don't have a lot to add, but dude, like I said, Khan is convincing. I like the drums. I like the 3/4 section. Dun dun ma ma ba 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 ba. And then going back into the final chorus and the backing female vocals behind and her singing as well. It's very epic. It's very grand and everything. And it just like, this song hit me like a ton of bricks when I was younger. I was just like, dude, this song is like it was very relatable. Very relatable message. And
some of the lyrics that I really like is, so this song is showing Ariel like being finally humbled, like he's saying, why have you abandoned me in my sobriety? And then you're kind of like thinking, dude, man, like you were partying it up and whatnot, To me that just shows that like fallacy of man into thinking like, people will be like, I've lived a life of devout whatever, and it's just kind of like every single person has a thorn or two where they didn't last too long, or they didn't they weren't completely honest, or they weren't every person has something that they kind of lacked into, so in a way it's kind of like I kind of like that because it showcases the fallibility of mankind. But then this second verse seems more humbling for Ariel, because he's like, behind the old facade I'm your bewildered child. So it's kind of like he's saying that I'm a child, I don't know, I need some sort of grace, or I need some kind of, you know what I mean? Like I think that's interesting that he would, for a guy that was so arrogant in Epica, like now he's like saying, I'm a child of you, please, like
take me across the river.
Take me across the river, like like that'd be dope. And he's like, here's silence until later on when Helena is just like, he's doing good now, like he's repented, and he's like he ain't hanging with Mephisto anymore. Instead, he's fighting them the whole time, even though he has no reason to, And that's, that's kind of.
I like that sentiment a lot. Of like, even though you're screwed, it's those who are truly selfless when they know that like their end is there and everything. Like you hear about stories of people that are like, I let someone else, be saved by the helicopter and then they were lost or something. Truly selfless
going into the mine and then saving people, but then you got lost in it.
And knowing that you're, there's no way out, and doing the right thing regardless of whether or not you're going to be. The people that do good things, who are not looking for a reward, who are not looking for the praise of the world, who are not looking for all of that, those are the true blue people that are like, there's too much damn destruction and evil in the world and everything. I have to do good to try and emulate something that is worth saving here on this godforsaken planet, because it's like, nobody likes the kind of person that's like, I did you a good thing. You saw that I did the good thing for you, right? Nobody likes that person. Because it's like, but those who are truly like selfless, who don't look for the reward, who aren't looking for a pat on the back or whatever.
Yeah.
Like those are true blue people that you want to be with. Or,
even in a small way, like the guy that just like shovels snow off of the old lady's porch, and he didn't, no one knows that he did it. He didn't tell anyone he did. He just did it because it was just a kind thing to do for another person. And it was like, and then she was just like, get off my porch. And I don't know, but you know what I mean, like.
And the thing is like, man, like, I think about like families and people that I know who their lives have been destroyed, and people making wrong choices or whatever, and I'm just like, dude, like treasure your moments with the people you care about and everything. Do the nice thing for them. Do something, like, because like you have to keep your relations alive. You have to, because if you're just complacency and just going through the motions of life, then things could fall apart, and then you're like, oh, how did things fall apart? And so take care of the people that you love, And,
One thing that's interesting is he didn't take the whole I'm lost and damned, therefore it doesn't matter what I do and who cares, I'm just going to live in revelry, And it's kind of like, even if you feel like you're in despair or whatever, or like there's no point or whatever, it's kind of like still doing something good, or still, like it's kind of like, even if none of us could be perfect, like none of us could ever climb the mountain of perfection, so to speak. But it doesn't mean that we all just stay at the bottom and never try, Like there is value in taking those steps and climbing what you can. Right. There's value in that, and it just, even if you won't make it to the top, there is value in learning something. There is value in serving someone. There is all these, and it goes back to the whole void of consequence, In this in this sphere of constant, whatever, this place of consequence, the things that we do in life really do matter, and I like that.
And the viewer, just so
even when we think it doesn't matter, it really does.
Like we don't claim to know everything or whatever, but just from getting a glimpse, like I like that these albums spark discussions, just the glimpse that you get, like we're not nihilists. We're not like, oh, nothing matters. We want people to create things. We want people to do things, and so on and so forth. But I like that, the Black Halo sparks a lot of questions and discussions, and because we're no longer just talking about the music, we're talking about things beyond the music. Life,
we're talking about the deeper recesses of the human condition.
It just So it's just kind of like it's cool, and that's why I feel like you have a very special album when it
prompts this kind of
when it just goes beyond just like, oh, pretty good tunes,
just like
catchy, it's beyond just that. So like Kamelot, they did a amazing good job with this album.
No, I agree. It's phenomenal. You ready for the next track, This Pain?
Yeah, let's do it. A lot of 10s were thrown out there. Yeah,
I know.
Forgot Legends of Bias. That's who we are.
That's what we do. That's what we should have called our channel. Forgot Legends of Bias.
Oh man.
Woo. Yeah, man. I think that this might have a lot of 10s.
I
love when he's like, when she like crumble. Yeah, I love that line.
See, that's what I'm thinking too. Well, that's what I was thinking earlier when you're like, I was like, and I was thinking of crumble part.
Yeah. No, this one might be it.
Like I was like, I like this pain.
Yeah, this pain is really dope.
But you think of parts, you don't think of the whole thing.
Pushing for the limit, sanity.
And this release here, this is such a good track. It's like the drums, like really, the drums just ushered everything in perfectly. That's a great line. not just maintaining the same melodies. That part is the chill part. That's the chill part, you know? Instead of on the hands.
Ba-da-dum-bum-bum.
No, that is freaking amazing.
Ba-da-dum-bum-bum. All right, now this is me. Yeah. Whew. All right, I'm gonna give that one a 10. I like this pain a lot. You know, this song definitely grew on me too with the lyrics. You know, I love the lyrics. You know, fantastic song. The drums do a great job, and they do a similar thing that they do in Moonlight as well, where it's like the music rises up, you know, and the drummer does do a good job, you know, pushing to the, you know, it's more than
And then it gets going,
and then
that
it gets
release.
going, and
So
and they
good.
do that also with Moonlight, you know, like the way it builds up and just. You know, great, yeah, great song. Very straight to the point. You know, it's one of the shorter songs on the album. You know, 3 minutes and something, like, which is shorter, but yeah.
I'm giving it a 10 too. What's funny is like we were talking earlier, and I was like, I don't know if I would give this pain a 10. Now I'm just like, yep. And this line really, I love this line. Like he says, with her back against the wall, she crumbled. Just a minute more would save her life, and even so, part of me. I love how Ariel's thinking like, if I would only have just gone with her instead of keep pursuing, I could have saved her life and also saved my own at the same time.
Yeah, that guilt.
That's so good. That guilt, man, that's so freaking good.
Guilt.
And then the whole blessed sunlight, like, you know, man, this is so good.
Well,
man.
because it's like sunlight
So
on
freaking
the
good.
deeds that you've done and everything, and not running away from your deeds or sins or whatever, but like confronting them and everything, and just freaking good.
So good, man.
Freaking.
And then
good.
also
I
the
see
whole
her
some of
shame
the-
and my desire. Man, freaking
Yeah, I
good.
like some of these wounds will always bleed over you. Like he's just kind of like
Yeah.
he's like, I'm broken now because of what happened, and you know,
Just
with
a
Lena.
minute more with similar. Yeah, dude. Legit, man.
So good. And Khan fudging nails it again, man. Like
Yeah.
Thomas Youngblood's guitar throughout is freaking amazing. Khan's vocals. Glenn Berry has some cool bass crap. Like
Yeah.
the drummer, Casey Grillo's freaking like all of them just
Yeah.
man, if there's a dream team that everybody came together to create something that's even
Yeah.
beyond the sum of their parts, man.
Awesome.
Amazing. Masterpiece.
Yeah, let's push on.
All right, here is Moonlight.
We've got probably like a good hour and a half or so, but we'll have to. Like, I think
We'll finish it. I love this one.
this is a great one.
Oh, we didn't mention that Abandon had that one, so that's good. The whole like holiness thing they did.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
But
because
it's
it's like
fine.
part. It starts off and then
We don't have to say point out every little detail. Like,
they can listen to their own
for real. Almost sounds Japanese or something.
This thing's on like Descent of the Archangel too.
These are like the most head makeable songs. These are much more musical. Right into the most head makeable tracks.
Compensation for a misconducted life. Is it way too much to ask? Hard to wake up with your heart and soul deprived. When the morning comes to send you to your last, you cut the silence like a knife. At the edge of my last defense, you cut the silence like a knife. You know I won't be
Everything sounds good on this too. Like the production and everything just sounds awesome.
from the sky into the night. Shivers, and I need your leading light.
Yes, it is. Oh, this is right here live. Sailor Universe. I wouldn't mind even going back and forth to the game too, just to see how they. You'll be stone cold and then, man, no, I'm feeling better. You're quiet. You're I can't take him.
Is it?
I think
is it you? I think it's your turn because I think I did my
Yeah,
thing,
I think it is. Yeah.
This
I'm giving this one a 10. This is another song where it just rocks really hard. That riff and stuff is really cool, and I love that whole like going into the bridge part where he says, "You cut the silence like a knife." You know, like I like that sort of imagery. You know, that's really cool. Awesome chorus. Yeah.
Yeah,
What-
I give it a 10 also, man. I like the way he's like, you know, I can't repent for all. And then he says, you know, I won't repent for all. And everything. There's a difference between saying
Can't and won't.
You can't, won't. You
Like,
know, it just
can't means like,
you know,
oh, you know,
it's just
it's like, well, it's like, you know, punk.
yeah. There's a part here too after they say like shine on silver something, and I need your bleeding light, or it says shine on silver from the sky into the night, guide on shivers, and I need your bleeding light. And then like they have this sort of like, it sounds a little flutish or whatever, but it's like this, you know, na, 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 you know, and it's the same melody from the song Center of the Universe, you know, when Khan and the girl are singing, you know, and he's like, follow the flying, you know, there's a ship for this song. Sorry, I'm butchering all that. But,
Me
you know,
too,
you all know the
can
part.
I play
you
a
know?
little bit of it?
Yeah,
just to hear it again, because I kind of
Yeah.
want to. sounds like maybe the question. It sounds a little bit like that, but
the
they change it.
later part.
It's like they change it enough to be its own thing, but at the same time, it sounds like that kind of melody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just
So
kind of cool. It's cool
Kinda
that they revisit some of the themes and some of the music from Epica. You know,
Yeah.
and I don't know if I really picked up on that part there. I was just like, you know, na, 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 you know, and so yeah, it's cool to do these albums back to back because you've got Epica fresh in your mind and you know,
and Black Halo.
So
Yeah.
pretty
You ready
dope.
for 9 and 10?
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
let's do
Interlude 2, Un Assassinio Molto Silenzioso, and the Black Halo. Here it goes. Cabaret singer.
C'era una volta un uomo con gli occhi verso la luna e si chiedeva verrà presto l'amore e che altro esiste in un cuore gelato
Ice cream.
tranne il pensiero di un assassino molto silenzioso.
I love that, the way it goes into that. Yeah, that is pretty cool. turn, right?
Or I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Did I do this pain?
So I did that one, this one, and that one. So yeah, it's your turn.
It's my turn. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give this song a 10, man. I like the Black Halo. It's starts off just right in your face and everything. And I like that interlude, the way she's just like silencioso. And it's just
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
you know, it grabs your attention like right from the get-go, you know. I like the way like the song does like a sort of 5/4 pattern, you know, the way it's like will best of power I for 1, 2, 3 when the calling by my fist. And I love that fifth note because it, you know, I've said this on the song Warpath for Hypocrisy. So in Warpath for Hypocrisy, that song like implements this 5/4 section when he says like a new era has begun, the world is falling, you know, and then they do a 3/4 to get it back on. But it's like when he says that extra, the world is falling, it adds emphasis. And so sometimes like when that fifth note, you can really elevate things. And I think Kamelot did a really good job of just, you know, of really elevating and making you feel like this is a confrontation.
Yeah.
You know, this is like, you know,
They're
just
raising the ante.
yeah,
you know?
raising the ante. And so it just awesome.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I give it a 10.
You're conflicted.
I think I'm going to give it a 9.5.
This pain held was more convincing than
Yeah.
Black Halo. Interesting.
Well, I think this plane and the Black Halo always, I thought those would be the two that would be below a 10. And in this one, I think I'm right. And it is a great freaking song, but I feel like the chorus is maybe not as melodic. I know they're not trying to be as melodic, but the whole, you know, darkness come, the darkness come alive. Like it's good, but it doesn't like capture me like some of the other songs. Granted, it's a 9.5 people. What do you want from me? You know, I can't give out 10s like Kenny.
Yeah.
You know, like it's a great song.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't like hit me like some of the others.
What's
like,
the 0.5 lacking? What is the 0.5 that's lacking for you? You know?
I think for me, it's the song is meant to be like a tension-filled, confrontational kind of song.
Yeah.
And for me, I think I just gravitate towards things that are either more melodic or
it's
more
not
like,
pretty enough.
It's not pretty enough.
Not
It's
beautiful
not
enough.
sentimental enough. You know, it's kind of like it's like a song that's about like the actual conflict, the actual war, and like Les Miserables or something. And then you're kind of like, oh man, that's cool and all, but the lyrics are all about bullets and fighting. It's
Right.
like, I'm not saying that's what they are, but versus a song where it's like talking about like, you know,
contemplative.
God on high, you know, like it's just like, you know, like I feel like this
it's
song,
like freaking Black Halo, man. Like, you know, I don't know what you want from
What do you want from me?
Black Halo.
I feel like the song is like it's perfect at what it does.
Yeah.
I feel like, but
It's just not your personal
But it's
favorite.
not like I listen to it, but I rarely ever go out of my way to listen to it. When I have so many other songs on the album that I go out of my way to listen to.
Man, and Casey Grillo did a great job on the drums.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Let's read this bit too, because this is what the
Right,
lady
right.
was saying whenever they're like playing
Track
their
9.
you know accordion music. She says, "Once upon a time there was a man with his eyes towards the moon, and he wonders to himself, will love come soon? And does something else exist in a frozen heart except the thought of a very silent murder?" Sounds like some Van and Plas kind of.
I know. I'm thinking Crime Zero. Freaking,
yeah, the
you
Van
know,
and Plas stuff.
you know, not Bathory, not Jack, man. You know?
Yeah.
Silently creep into my heart and soul, man.
Yeah. You ready for Nothing Ever Dies?
Yeah, dude, let's do it.
Yeah, this song's pretty dope. I mean, the whole album's freaking amazing, though. Like,
Yeah.
that part. That stuff is always good because it, you know, it like makes things more intense. You know?
never dies,
Nothing
yo.
never dies.
All right, so what? This is you now, huh?
I think so.
Yeah. What do you give that one?
I think part of it might be the fatigue setting in. I feel like that song, it's kind of doing what some of the earlier songs I feel like kind of did on the album.
Right.
But I still like it, and that midsection is really good. Like I'm leaning between a 10 and a 9.5, but I'm not 100% sure. What do you think?
Depending on the day, depending on the day, it's a 9.5 or a 10. I'm gonna give it a 10 today because we're Forgotten Legends of Bias. That's like what we're all about. because it's just sure there's little things you can nitpick and everything.
Yeah.
But like as a whole, man, I do like this song a lot.
Yeah.
And I do like. I like that this is the resolution. I like that it's him realizing that love is the answer, so to speak, and just it just. I don't know. I like this song. Sometimes it hits me harder. Sometimes it doesn't hit me as hard,
Yeah.
But it just, it's a great song. I like it.
I'm going to give it 10 too. I do think it's really good. And the chorus is more melodic than the last one. But at the same time, it still is keeping up the intensity that the Black Halo was really
Right.
going
Like these
for.
two songs together are
Or like, brother and sister kind of continuing things.
I feel like I like the talking part for the Black Halo more.
Yeah. I think I'd agree with you.
Yeah.
The talking part of Black Halo is better than the talking part of this one, but then the chorus, I'd flip them.
Yeah, I'd be down with that. Yeah.
Maybe I'm just gonna give Black Halo a 10.
Yeah, because Black Halo also, I feel like Black Halo had a
That
better
one's freaking
solo
awesome.
part
Yeah.
too. I feel like the
It is
solo
a
section
freaking awesome
was.
song.
Yeah.
I give it a 10. Okay?
Yeah, just give it a 10, man, because you're gonna give
What do you want from me?
Nothing Ever Dies a 10 and not go Black Halo. Like, no, it's okay. But
God loves the bias.
sometimes we oscillate between a 9.5 or a 9.
Yeah,
and
different days and stuff.
Yeah,
like
today's
an epic day.
And
to do
sometimes there's a song that it's a hard 10, and others are more of a soft 10, where it's just barely a 10.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Should we move on to Memento Mori, the epic?
Yep.
Of this epic.
Let's do it, man.
This song's freaking sick.
Yeah, this is a great
10.
song. Yeah, for real.
So this is the final confrontation. He's like, "What, Mephisto? You want to fight?"
Oh, I love when he's like,
yeah, that is cool.
part, just
I think that's like when he's banished or some crap or something like that. And he's just like, "Oh, you lost," because there's that little fine line in the whatever,
Who wants to separate
Again, like great lower
the
notes.
what we know from our beliefs, and who sees only black and white, distinguish loss from sacrifice. Someday we may come to peace with the world, within ourselves. And I will await you until I close my eyes, close my eyes, close my
It's like Private Jackson.
you're not the only who must pretend. We're a second in time, we're the last in the line. I decree that walks the earth. When you close your eyes, mementos of summer change your mind. Like the threads of afternoon cleans the air. When the winter blows, you're glad you remember. You really tried, and it comes to an end. Even winter and fall, and we all have our beliefs.
I know.
you until I close my eyes. Close my eyes. Close my eyes.
Silencioso.
She called out his name, man.
Yeah, dude.
She called him.
Holy fudge.
Called
man.
it.
Holy fudging, eh? Oh, you know, and he even says, like, you know, I wait you to call my name. And
Yeah.
holy fudging crap.
That's a great song.
Fudging
A great, great song.
dude. Oh, man.
The weakest part of it, I feel like, is the chorus. The chorus isn't as like melodic as some of the other choruses.
You think so? I
Yeah.
like the chorus.
but the rest of the song, I think, is. I still give it a 10. Like, okay, it's probably your turn to start, but
Is it my turn?
I think so
can't
because I
remember.
did the last one.
Okay, dude, I freaking give it a 10, man. Even if I explain all the different parts and everything, I feel like I'm gonna be leaving something out and not giving the song justice. I love the way it intros. I love Khan's lower register.
Yeah.
I like the way it amps up. The song really amps up. And there's just, man, the lyrics are great. Like, I do think this is a masterpiece song. And, like, dude, Camelot should be proud for creating this song, dude. Like, it's
It
a
is
masterpiece.
pretty freaking epic.
Yeah,
I love how that the guitar melody where he's like like no run away.
Yeah, no
This is the last time. You know, it's like freaking, it's sick,
Yeah.
man. But I love that melody because it's like there's certain melodies that sound like certain things, you know, and that
Yeah.
melody just sounds like so final and whatnot. The fact that it keeps on repeating
Yeah,
over and over and over again
yeah.
gives this sort of reckoning kind of vibe to it that's freaking sick. And I just love how he's like, close my eyes, and his voice kind of,
Yeah.
you know, like it fades out and whatnot, you know. And the fact they go back to that at the very end is a cool way to wrap it up. Like,
And
it's
even-
a freaking amazing
And
song.
even that, when they do the second verse, you know, when you close your eyes, ding, 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 there's almost this harpsichord
Little sound.
Yeah, it's a fantastic song, man. And I like Shagrass' final wail, you know. You know, like it just it is a great song, man. It's just
yeah, it is pretty awesome.
Let's press on. Like, unless was there anything else you wanted to add?
No,
Like,
it's freaking awesome.
you know, and I don't know if you're this far into the video, then I feel like you already know how awesome Kamelot is, you know,
Yeah.
and so we're kind of preaching to the choir here, you know.
Yeah.
So just a great band.
Yeah, so we're gonna do the last interlude. This is Midnight, 12 Tolls for a New Day, and then Serenade. And this is basically kind of just
The end of
going
it.
outside of the story again kind of vibe. And you know, and anyways, and we want to wish you all a happy new year. You know,
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Happy New Year. So here's the interlude into Serenade.
Yeah. This was a fitting album.
It actually fit. Like, yeah, it's
you know,
like,
with
what do
the-
you know? Happy New Year. It's like New Year's, like, couple days away. You know? Okay, if you're gonna say Yahoo in a crowd, I'm sorry, this is weird. Yeah.
Yahoo is a
Sounds
weird word.
It's a weird word.
It's a weird word.
It's a word that I thought we got rid of because it was so weird.
Right now. And finally, while I still have your attention, I want to wish you all a happy new year.
Oh, she did more of a yoo-hoo, not a Yahoo.
Yahoo.
More of a yoo-hoo, please.
And it's snowing. Walking through, you hear that snow crunch.
Yeah, that's no crunch.
Snow crunch. This is a great like wrap-up song.
Yeah,
It really is. Should we do the epilogue first, or should we save epilogue for last when we do the bonus tracks? Should
Let's
we
just say epilogue
for last?
Yeah, just nice.
It ends it on the ultimate kind of. Yeah, that sounds good to me.
And you're gonna need some time to add up the scores and stuff. So
Yeah.
during certain parts of songs, like add up Epica scores while we're doing it. You know, like or just somewhere so that this is gonna take you a while to add it all up. Maybe not. I'm just working for now.
Do it whenever.
Visitor of the theater.
like in the booklet how that's the last thing written. Like, they don't go back to it. That's kind of
It's
cool.
not yet another spring.
You have so many of these like moments that you just are ready to headbang to, you know? They're very headbangable moments, you know? Woo!
Yeah, also, I think it's yours. I think I started Memento Mori.
That one is a freaking 10.
Oh, it's a
Amazing
banger.
chorus, amazing chorus. Like, I like the lyrics and that last line, but what does the winter bring if not yet another spring? Like, that's such a great way to sum up the whole drama that we've just gone through for the 2 albums, you know? It's a freaking amazing song, catchy chorus. A part of me wonders, now this is just a little small tidbit, like I wonder if, because you know how the last time they go into the chorus, it's like, then it just kind of goes back in. I wonder if it would have been better if they're just like, you know, like doing something a little different, because it almost
Instead of
sounds,
keeping the pace, you want to
or just some kind of like, because the fact that they're doing the whole, let me just play the part, just so that, you know. I wonder if, and this is just a small thing, you know, it's not, you know.
Yeah, it's not like a gripe, it's personal
not,
choice.
So like, that part, a part of me wonders if it's like it kind of like has a weird rhythm switching into the sort of free kind of fast vibe, and part of me like wonders what if it was like or like if they set it up in a different way, because it seems a little abrupt that they go into that chorus, like it almost sounds really abrupt to me. So I'm like, what if they did something else to the phone, you know, like I don't know.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I mean, it would just it would make it the transition feel different for sure. You know,
but anyways, but irregardless, that song is freaking amazing. I love that song.
Did you want them to sort of like end with the instead of like slowing down and you know what I mean? Did you want them just and then like
like kind of repeating it,
and then fade out, you know?
I guess I would like it either way. Like both ways, I think it'd be cool. Like if they're like and then you just faintly hear them like soloing or something. Like that'd be cool too.
But I do like the and then it's over. I do like that too. So
that's just pretty dope.
I give it a 10. I like this song. It's so free sounding, you know, and you know, Khan just does a great job. The falsetto notes and the chorus and everything. It's just, and it's a good anthem. It's a good like, sort of anthemic song, you know.
And also the name, the fact that he says serenade on the end of, you know, the three ways to Epica. He's like, you know, maybe God is the melody we all serenade.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Ending it with serenade,
and then the song is serenade at the end.
Exactly. Like, I don't see, and I don't think that stuff like that is by accident. I don't believe that. I think that these guys, you know,
they knew what they were doing.
They knew what they were doing. They were constructing it and setting up the lyrics and like, you know, I just don't think that kind of stuff is accident. You know. Let's talk about our thoughts on the story and stuff, kind of closing there. And we are going to do those 3 bonus tracks, and then we'll rate those,
And then
and
we'll end
then
it all.
we'll check out the final scores for each album and everything. But like, let me ask you, Ian, are you a different person after this
I'm
whole
a
story?
changed man. I'm a changed man, you know. Like I'm different. Let me like. I do think that like really good art in general can leave an imprint on you that will resonate for many years. And I feel like Kamelot has made music that will resonate with me for years to come until I die. You know, if I die, you know. But like you know, and it's just. And it's but I think it's a both of these are it's all collectively a masterpiece concept and everything, and you can tell there's a lot of love and care and effort put into this, you know. The musicians are awesome, the guests are amazing, everything about this is really cool, and I do love that the themes and stuff in this are not typical power metal themes and stuff, you know. I love that. Like sometimes prog could be philosophical, but it feels like a little empty philosophical, if that makes sense. Like it's almost like it's philosophical to a fault, where it's losing like the heart or the human condition or something. I feel like this combines the sort of human condition, relatability, mixed with some philosophy or whatever.
Yeah, like
really
perfectly. There's like that intelligentsia going too far to where it's like a little void or and
like when someone's making a song about like, is it KRST, is it KRST2, you know, it's like some prog stuff, they'll be arguing about like if this star is like closer than another star or something, and you're kind of like, who cares? Like, you know, I mean,
like this is much more relatable, for sure, but it's still thoughtful,
and it's relatable because it talks about a lot of like questions and stuff that the human condition just kind of prompts or whatever, like being alive.
I'm glad we did this. I'm glad we did this at sort of the end of the year kind of thing. You know, we've had some changes. You know, like Chad moved away. You know, you moved away, and so it's like you live a state away. So it's like we can only do this stuff whenever like you visit. And you know, we've had like some changes this year.
You got a kid,
but I had a kid this year, and it's just kind of like this year has been pretty wild. But at the same time, I'm really proud and happy for all the videos we've done and everything, and I'm glad to do Kamelot, and I feel like we did them justice, you know. And so I love the story. It's always going to stick with me, you know, and I'm glad we were able to immerse in it. And I didn't even know that Gunter Verna or whatever, the Van and Ploss keyboards guy did some keyboards, you know. Like that was really cool on the Epica album. Like it just, you know, this was a fun experience, and thanks, man, for doing this with me. You know,
thank you.
But let's do the bonus tracks and everything, and then we'll add up the ratings, and then close out the video.
Yeah, cool. So here's the bonus song for Epica. This was the European bonus. This is called Snow. Here goes, fellas. Yeah, these bonus songs are all pretty cool.
Yeah. I remember Like the Shadows and Epilogue more than Snow. Snow's the one that I don't remember, but once it gets going,
this sounds like Fort Legacy. Yeah, Fort Legacy. few safe ones.
I think it's
is it your turn?
I think it's
because I
me,
did
yeah.
Serenade. Yeah.
This is an interesting one. It's a weird kind of juxtaposition. Like there's different parts that remind me of something else, and then it goes into something else that it's a little unexpected.
It feels like a bonus track.
It does
Like,
feel like a
feels
bonus
it
track.
doesn't-
You know, it
doesn't
doesn't.
fit with-
You know, yeah. I'm gonna
Epica.
give it an 8, but I do think that there's room for this one to grow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I did remember the chorus and everything when we were going through it. I'm not the biggest fan of the verse part when it's slow. You know,
Yeah.
but when they pick up and everything, it's like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like I did this wrong. I want to show you a part where I was just kind of surprised because it's like they put in a little extra stuff for certain sections, and I was just like, you know, this is a bonus track, but it still feels like
around
they
here somewhere.
It's like the words draped in, crystals melt away. Listen to when he's singing that part.
draped
There's also a low voice to it too.
I don't know. You have to do it again real quick.
Okay, it's like
It kind of
you
happened
hear-
quick too.
Yeah, you hear a low voice words while he's like words.
Is it just that word that he says, or is it
throughout the whole
Oh.
crystals melt away? You know, and I was just like surprised that they did that. Like,
When there's reason to resist, words draped in crystals melt away.
I can faintly hear it.
I was just kind of surprised that they added that in. It was interesting. You know,
It almost sounds a little like King Arthur or something.
Yeah, like honestly, yeah. I was thinking of I don't know, Human
It
Fortress.
feels like
or
a Fourth
something,
Legacy
like-
song.
It does feel like a
With,
Fourth
like,
Legacy song.
You know, yeah.
Just kind of an interesting song. But yeah, what do you give it?
I give it an 8 as well. I do. I think it's got a great chorus. I kind of don't really like how they say words drift, like shame, like snow. It's like you put two similes
Two,
like right
like-
together,
like
like there,
this,
or
like-
whatever.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like I don't know.
Oh
loses
man,
a little-
Silverthorn is
it
filled
should've-
with similes.
Oh
like,
yeah, it gets annoying. It's like that,
got
like
a
this,
lot
like
of
that.
similes,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's simile if I remember right. Yeah, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. If he said like moments disappear in shame, like snow,
Yeah,
that would be
yeah.
like a more complete thing or something.
I would have
don't know.
enjoyed that sentence better.
A little
too.
better. I know, for real, you know?
Yeah, yeah,
But
I-
like,
I
I,
get
think
it,
it's
yeah.
a great chorus though, and yeah.
Yeah.
So I give it an 8. It's a great song.
Yeah. Kind of
you're-
interesting, but yeah.
You ready for Like the Shadows?
Yeah. This is the
You're-
one that I remember this one a lot more.
Yeah, so this is the Japanese bonus track, Like the Shadows. That sound, you're already just, nice, you know? It's funny, this melody is like really small part of the song. And I like the whole like verse section as well. Like the chorus is good, but the verse section I think is my favorite. This feels like maybe a little more carbonation, but
In a glimpse from a quiet childhood, I recall mother's smile. Nothing needs to be understood. I am free.
like it just sounds good.
In the deep of the
These songs would be weird too. It'd be like I am free and it's like on the
my
side.
sense
Like,
of
it just seemed to be kind of weird. But glad we
where
kept
the
the story
words
together.
of the
Yeah.
wind
I think
is
that was a good choice.
honest. I can breathe. Someone told me there's a higher mountain, but I wait for the one. Only led by the deepest hunger, I flee from outside. Like the shadows cover me.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm adding up the scores. Yeah, I do like that song. Let me just but I think it's kind of the weakest out of the bunch because I feel like the chorus just doesn't get me as much. But I do like the verse section. I think the verse section is really good. It's kind of, I don't know, his lower register is used and stuff. But I give it a 7.5. I think it's a step down from Snow, but still a great song. But
I'm gonna give it an 8. I think I liked it similar to Snow. I like the chorus. It reminds me of the song that comes to my mind is, I think it's called The Spell, and I can't remember if it's like track 4 on Karma or something. There's something in this song that reminds me of that.
Demons cast
Yeah.
a spell.
There's something about the chorus that reminds me of that song, and I don't know.
7 books now.
It just, I don't know.
Always obey the
Master.
We're just singing this song.
But I feel like some of the transitions are a little bit odd. Like I feel like the talking part doesn't really go with the chorus. Like it's kind of
Like
an
they feel like
strange-
different songs.
Yeah, but I do like it, and I don't know, like, yeah, not much more to add, but I feel like maybe some of the transitions could be a little bit better.
Yeah.
But
4.
now let's go ahead
So
and
let's
do epilogue.
now,
Yeah.
and then I'll just add up Black Halo scores after because I actually want to read the lyrics. I want
Right.
the full impact of this one.
Yeah,
That one I was like, let's just gonna do the chorus again. So I'm gonna
it's
add up
more
numbers.
like the shadows, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, still some good bonus tracks and stuff,
Yeah.
So here's epilogue.
Yeah, this one is freaking dope.
Yeah, I love this song. One of us was about to say any minute.
One other year has left my life. 1 year bygone so soon. These were the days I sacrificed. These days were lived for you. Some came with winter and white. Some days were blown away. Some came with sultry summer nights. Some with
Like he holds that freaking note, like dude.
Yeah, freaking amazing. This is kind of an underrated ballad for them too, because I think not many people have heard it because it's a bonus song,
Oh, how I long for the silence. But who am I to know when rain will turn to snow? Life brings another day.
Fantastic.
You're the last one. I think you started this one.
You want to start adding up the scores, do you think?
Yeah, I was just kind of basking in the moment. Epilogue.
This does not feel like 2 minutes and like 48 seconds, but it goes by so fast.
There's nothing I need to add up here. Like, it's pretty easy. Because everything's a 10, so it's like, of course, those scores would be 10. I just
I
love
didn't
how
even
I'm
realize.
like counting up number 10s. That's funny.
Fantastic song, man.
That's funny. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on epilogue there, bro?
Man, I'm gonna give that song a 10, dude. This song really showcases Roy Khan, what he can do, man. And like he's there's a reason why he's like one of my favorite vocalists of all time. Just very passionate, full of expression. I love the piano accompaniment and the acoustic guitar and everything.
Yeah.
Just what a beautiful song. Like awesome.
Yeah.
Not much more to add. 10.
Yeah.
Masterpiece.
I give it 10 too. It's freaking amazing. And that's the thing is like growing up listening to this music and stuff. Sorry, my back is like a little stiff.
I know, right?
Growing up listening to this and
We'll
stuff,
have
like
been
it's
sitting
just
here for like 3.5 hours.
I know, for reals. Songs like Nippler Ba, you know, like the whole "Don't You Cry" and whatnot. Like I always liked and appreciated that Kamelot had this side of them as well. You know, like I liked that they had lyrics about those topics and things instead of only about, you know, King Arthur or Crusades or, you know, I mean I like that stuff too, but I don't know. It's an amazing ballad.
Kamelot has really good ballads for out of like all power metal bands.
Yeah.
They're really good with their ballads.
Yeah,
you know.
I feel like them, Sonata Arctica, and Blind Guardian. Those are like the three that have
I
the
do
best,
like
ballads.
Past and Future Secret and like
Yeah,
Mia
Harvest of
Del
Sorrow.
Dolor,
Yeah.
all that. Yeah,
Yeah, they got
that's
some
good.
good ones.
Yeah.
And on the new album, they've got a really good ballad too.
Right.
But yeah,
If
we're
you
not
wanna-
talking about Blind Guardian here. We're talking about Kamelot.
If you want to do the scores, and then I'll do my
Sure.
closing thoughts, and then you do your closing thoughts, and you can close out the video.
Sure.
Okay, dude?
So the score that so I added up all the scores for both of them. So Epica, Kevin gave it the higher score. He gave it a 9.58. I gave it the lower score. I gave it a 9.41. And the overall score we gave Epica was 9.49. So pretty good. And then I was counting up Black Halo, and I was like, okay, well, how many 10s and whatever. And then I was like, oh yeah, it's like me and Kevin gave every song on the album a 10. So the overall score that we both gave it was a 10. So that was the final score for that one. So together, the whole Faust, Epic, whatever that we give is a 9.74. So pretty sick.
I'm really happy we did this. You know, I won't say too much. I've shared a lot of my thoughts as we were going through the songs on what I thought, what I felt. You know, I went through, you know, my train of thought, and I don't have much more to add except for, like I said, support these guys, man. Buy their album and everything, because like this was a wonderful experience to just sit here, relax on this like holiday and everything, and just go through Kamelot again. You know, I think all of the band members should be very proud of themselves, and like just phenomenal stuff. So, but like I said, I don't have much more to add than what I've already said.
I'll just close things out here. I'm glad we did this. It was a lot of fun to do it. Epica really blew me away with certain parts that I didn't remember the lyrics as much. Both albums I think are phenomenal. It was fun just doing this, and these are some of my favorite albums of all time. Like they're just so amazing, and I'm grateful that they made this music, and I'm grateful that they put all this stuff in here. It's phenomenal. So thank you guys for watching with us, though. It's been fun doing this second annual, you know, like special kind of thing. You know, the first one was Les Miserables, and that was, you know, that was long, that was epic, and this was also epic too. So it's fun to kind of like close out the new year with some of our, you know, our two of our favorite albums of all time. I don't know, it's just really long. I suppose I'm just rambling at this point. So thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys have a good 2024 and have a good one.